follow me down, head into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going down. We're going down. We're going down. Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.
Good evening, everybody. How's it going today? Friday. Got that one right. Never miss a Friday. I'm trying to find on my YouTube page. I made some discard. Okay. I made some emojis yesterday. Two. You guys asked me for a Harley emoji. You've got a Harley emoji, members. And now there's also, I used AI to make like a super annoyed face of mine. And it's like a Char's annoyed or whatever. Don't know what it's named. Then Melissa, she made me, where's my mouse? She made me another Harley emoji, and I probably won't be able to find it during the live. My bad. But I'll show it. I'll show you the picture so you know what's coming next. So, members, you have a couple of new emojis to use. Anyways, thank you everybody for being here. Welcome, Melissa. Thanks for joining today. Budettes. I know Justin is live. I was watching Justin and I had commitments. I had to leave and get here. Cheryl, good to see you. Hey, Lynn and Little Black Bear. Hey, Gren, Amy, and Colleen. Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Thank you so much. TJ's mom. Yes. Good to see Melissa getting her channel back. Awesome. If you guys are watching replays of any of our lives, I would ask you to do it on Melissa's channel, American Justice, to help her get those watch hours back up. Because when she lost her channel, she lost all those watch hours too. Hey, Seaweed and Cheryl. Hey, Paul. Anybody else? Just Jeannie. Don't think I've seen you here before. Maybe I have. And welcome in. Oh, look, Gren's using the Harley emoji. That's so cute. Sailor Moon over in Melissa's channel. And Women's Warrior, how's it going today? Hey, Dawn. Good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. And Leanne, good to see you. Hey, Marie, where's Truth? Hey, Cindy B. Hey, Kimber. Stella, good to see you. Hey, Darlene. Root Strength. I'm so glad you found my annoy Char emoji. And Gren too. Oh, that's so great. Hey, Patriot Girl. And Helicopter Grandma, good to see you. Hey, Kelly, joining from American Justice, as is Amy. You guys are bouncing back and forth. That's awesome. Hit that like, show Charmaine and Melissa some love and support for all the hard work and awareness raising she does for Jack and Lilly. Subscribe or become a member of the team. Women's Warrior, that's a very kind thing. And you know what I found? Like, And I say I don't care if I grow my channel. It feels really good. When I hit 2,050 subs, I was like, I never thought I'd see the day. So obviously, like, it feels really good when you have, people subscribing and becoming members and donating and stuff. It's not the point of the channel, but it does feel nice. Um, and I realized watching JLR, anytime somebody mentions uh like when he's boots on the ground or whatever, I think it was the Tucson, whatever, he said, come on, everybody support JLR, send him $5 for coffee or something. He'd have like 100 people send him like $5. It's pretty amazing that there are so many people out there that are so, so generous like that, especially for the guys that are out there, boots on the ground, spending their money, staying in hotels, having to buy their meals. I've donated as well, so it's pretty it's pretty great. Hey, Michelle, and I think I said hi to Lynn. You're everywhere at once. That's perfect. There you go. Room jumping. Awesome. Hey, Sky Painter. Who else? Thank you, Helicopter Grandma. That's very nice. Best channel, huh? Thank you. Or wait, where are you? Oh, you're here. Okay. Because I was going to say Melissa's got a pretty decent channel too. Yeah, Melissa too. Yeah. And my mods can post Melissa's channel. Thank you, Gren. Um, hey, look, everybody. Want some love? This here's my mother. I didn't know she was watching us last night. And she told me this morning she was watching, and I was like, wait, what? I forget. My mom's a member. So, Mom, you can use the emojis, the members only emojis. Thanks for being here. Hey, Roots. Now I feel like I have to watch my language. I'm just kidding. Fuck that. All
That's what
right.
I thought as soon as you said your mom was watching. I was like, dang, my language. Oh,
Now my mom's got a trucker mouth like you wouldn't believe. But she's thanks for watching, Mom. How you doing, Melissa? How's it going today? How come your little picture isn't working?
what? It's not working again? Jeez. Okay, hold on. I'll fix it. I'm good. I want to say thank you to all the people jumping back and forth in the rooms. That's very sweet. Thank you. Um, but I'm good. It's been a long day after a long live last night, but I'll survive.
Bring her up. I wouldn't be able if I was sitting beside my mother and trying to explain to her how to join this live stream, I would have to join for her and talk for her. So that's not going to happen. We're lucky that she's actually joined in chat. So we'll just leave it at that for now. Is Dad home or is he out working? Anyways, okay. So, like I said in my thumbnail, I had like the first time ever I had a dream about Jack and Lily last night. And I'm not saying it wasn't a premonition or nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. But I remembered it. I remembered it, and I think it was because of what the dream was about. And it's just you don't really remember your dreams very often, but when you do, you pay attention. And I actually wrote it down at the time because I thought for sure I'd forget it right away, but I wrote it down. Oh, did he just get home? That's good. Say hi. Um, so okay, so the dream was they were older. They were, I'd say like 15, 16-ish. Lily was older. And I have no idea where we were, but we were out in it wasn't like in the middle of the bush or anything, but there were like big boulders, big stones, little gravel. There were trees, and I didn't see Lily, like I didn't see her mouth move, but she had asked me, "Did you really carve our names on that bench?" And I had my phone, and I was like feverishly looking through my phone, looking for the picture and video of me engraving Lily and Jack's name in it. And I was going through my phone just trying to find a picture or something. And she said, "Don't worry about it. Like, I believe you. It's okay." And then And Jack wasn't talking. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't even involved in the conversation. He was just kind of flicking little pebbles. He was sitting on a bigger rock and he was just flicking pebbles. He was paying attention, but and um and then she said, I don't understand why people are so mean. And I really felt the need to I felt like I had to explain myself to her. And not just myself. It- it's weird. I felt like I had to explain everybody's actions or excuse everybody's actions. I didn't, but that's just kind of the feeling I got, you know? So, my point is, and I think the point of that dream is, we- we've heard Daniel say before that, my kids are going to grow up and they're going to see the online coverage. Meadow is going to grow up and she's going to see the online coverage. And I always thought to myself, well, I wonder how are they going to explain themselves to the kids? You know, how are they going to explain their behavior or n- Malaya not speaking up or saying anything, not looking for her kids? If the day comes that Jack and Lily do make it home, how are they going to explain their behavior to them? But then after last night, I'm wondering, like, how would you explain your behavior to them? And I'm not talking about anybody specifically, but have you ever done anything or said anything in this case to other people that you don't know, that you've never met, that you wouldn't want to have to face in real life? And including the kids, including Meadow one day, or Daniel's kids. I just that kind of stuck with me. Like I don't want to be the person that would owe anybody, especially children, an apology for my behavior as an adult online on social media. So I wanted to hear what everybody thought of that, other than it's very, I didn't mean to make anybody cry or whatever, but that's kind of what I was thinking about all day long. It's like, how would I be able to explain myself to these people who are involved? And I don't care if we're talking about Daniel, Janie, Cindy, Malaya, any of them. If it turns out that they've done nothing wrong, you know, if the day ever came and I had to face them, would I have anything to say, or would I just turtle and hide? And I don't know. Don't really want to put you on the spot, Melissa, but I'm going to. What do you think of that? Well, what would you have to say for yourself and your behavior and your actions? What would you say?
First of all, very sweet dream. Um, but as uncomfortable, and this is just me, as uncomfortable as it would be to explain my thoughts and things I've said and my actions, by the time I have to do that, the kids are going to be old enough to follow along. And I'm going to be able to point out specific instances of what made me feel the way I do. Is it going to be uncomfortable? Yeah, it is. Have I come out and directly said they did it? No, not necessarily. Have I insinuated? Yes. And I mean, I do feel like they had something to do with it, but I can also point to very specific reasons why I feel that way. Now, if the kids come home and the kids are safe, I will eat crow and apologize. But I really don't see that the kids are going to come home safe. But I mean, as uncomfortable as it would be for me, the way I see it, especially with doing the document, I think I can pretty much lay out a pretty specific case of why I think what I think.
That's fair. And honestly, like, I can't lie because my mom's in the chat and I vent. I vent to my parents when I go down there, and they know that I've talked to Daniel a lot and they know what I think. and they're not going to share it in the chat because it's nobody's business but mine, what I really think. But um, I don't know that I would want to have to defend my words and my actions, especially from early on. We watched last night just a few minutes of that live stream, and I didn't go back and finish watching the rest of it. But I know it got a lot worse over the months, you know. So I don't know that I'd want to do that, which is why I refrain from accusing anybody of anything, because I don't want to have to stand in front of anybody and give them an apology, because it's not my place to accuse them of doing anything. It's my place to, raise awareness, keep the conversation going, to go over the information that we get, but it's not my place to decide what happened to Jack and Lilly. The RCMP get to make that decision, hopefully sooner than later, but um like I said, I didn't want to upset anybody, but I wanted to hear everybody what you thought. Daniel's poor kids must be having a hard time. Yes, and I can't remember who I was talking to, but somebody told me the age of Daniel's oldest, and definitely old enough to, see stuff that goes on online. I couldn't imagine. I've been feeling like that everyone is at war. They all love them kids. Bygones be bygones, and family fight together, stand together, fight together. In your opinion, wouldn't that be nice? But it's not going to happen. We should think about the older siblings seeing all this, and it's going to be sad and awful. What will they think? Not just about what their dad is doing or not doing or is accused of, but what everybody is saying about him, or what everybody is saying about Malaya. You know, I don't know. It's pretty deep for a live stream. We can lighten it up a little bit. Somebody sent me a screenshot that we can talk about. I have a question on Anita. Where did she come into the picture? I am so lost about her. I don't think that it's hard to miss how she came into the picture, because we just started hearing from her, like, in the public. I'm sure that behind the scenes, she's been talking to investigators for a long time, but she grew up friends with Wade, met Cindy when they got together, when Wade and Cindy got together, very close. And then when Malaya had to go stay there with Meadow under the supervision order, they needed, because Cindy worked, and they needed an approved babysitter, like somebody who could babysit Meadow while Cindy was at work and wasn't able to supervise. So Anita is their family friend who moved in there and was approved by the ministry to babysit Meadow for when Cindy was working. So that's how she is in the picture. And obviously, because she spent so much time there and she's been friends with them for so long, she has inside information and some insight that I think Major Crimes was interested in. And yeah. According to Mike D, Daniel's kids were encouraged to bully Jack and Lilly. I think we heard similar things from Wade. Hello from Indiana. It was beautiful here today. Hi, Sharon, everyone. True Crime Housewife, always a pleasure. I guess I feel the lack of information was the cause of everyone's mind coming up with scenarios. The mind always goes to the worst place first. That's true, and I think that's human nature, but is that a good reason or even an excuse to be so vicious to people you don't know? And I'm not talking about strictly just towards Daniel or Malaya or Cindy or the family on either side. I'm talking about to each other. Like, people hate each other who have never met and, like, spend a good portion of their days, day in and day out, trying to discredit. Like, honestly, I think most know about the lawyer, the private investigator, and all that stuff. They don't know the kids. They're not a member of these families. But look at everything that's happened there. It's just a difference of opinion that turned into this nightmare for these people, for all of them. who have their jobs are put in jeopardy. They feel threatened. Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about.
And I fully
Not a
believe
day.
both sides of the family of Jack and Lilly need to squash whatever it is for now until Jack and Lilly are found. Whether that's a good outcome, a bad outcome, just squash it. Not saying you got to be friendly necessarily or be best friends, just be civil until the kids are found. And then if you want to go at each other, have at it, but wait until the kids are found.
Yeah, in a perfect world. But like I said, also, when you have a difference of opinion with somebody, it doesn't, I don't know, to me, I'm not going to put my time and energy into publicly attacking or verbally attacking somebody that I've never met, whose opinion doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not going to lose sleep over anybody that doesn't agree with me. I think we've gone a long way to prove that over the last few months. But I don't know. The dream just stuck with me. That's what I've been thinking from the beginning, Shar. It's the kids we have to think of. You know what, Shar? I get that. Sometimes I'm all over the fence with this case, but until we find the truth, I can't judge anymore. I did a 360. It's about Jack and Lily at the end of the day. It is, and everybody has a bad day, and we all have our own opinions and our own scenarios in our head, and it's based on the information that we've heard, but I say it every day. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. And I would hate to be not only the one that has to stand in front of Daniel or Malaya and say, man, I'm sorry I accused you of doing horrible, terrible things to those children, because I probably never would, and then it would eat at my conscience for the rest of my life. Um, or if one day, I don't know, I'm kind of old for it, but you never know. Anybody here could cross paths with one of Daniel's children in the future, or maybe Meadow or Cindy or any of them. Would you be able to look them in the eye and justify everything that we've done and said? And I'm like nobody specifically at all. Hey, Ron, Mexico. Mm, what comment was deleted?
She said her
Oh,
comments are being deleted, but all of us see her. So I'm not sure because she also posted this. And I started because I see her comments. I don't see that any of them, as soon as I seen it, I went in to your chat and I don't see any of your comments, True Crime Housewife, that have been deleted. So um, make sure you have it on live chat or all chat up at the top where the arrow's pointing down. That's the only thing I
so
can.
yesterday, somebody else, I can't remember who it was, but somebody else was seeing the same thing. We were seeing all of her messages, but she was saying they were being deleted. So just know we're seeing them. There you are again. It could be just a YouTube glitch. Maybe jump out and come back in. I don't know. I would have no problem speaking to any of them for what my mind came up with and why. Yeah, and there are certain things that I am loud about. Like if your kids are missing, what's the harm in showing your face and letting people hear your voice, looking for your kids, using your social media to post a missing persons poster. Um, it- I stand by that. And that's not accusing them of anything they're not doing. It's literally calling them out for shit that they are or are not doing. Being an empath and putting myself in the family's shoes, I can honestly say I've watched what I've always said. At the end of the day, none of us know what happened. Geez, mom, respect. I could stand with my opinion of their mom and dad being unfit. Absolutely. I'm talking about the people that are accusing of terrible, terrible things. Not that neglect isn't terrible, but you know what I mean. I'm behind in the live, but JLR was getting $400 super chats. Pretty sure he made out very well financial on Nancy's case, but also now with his domestic violence allegation and his previous fraud charges. Yeah, might not. Might not. end well. Yeah, my mom's here. Yeah, my mom's here, and I see she chatted, and I don't know what she means. Are you talking to me, Mom? Tell the truth. I agree with that lady said. Everybody in here is super smart, and they're very, very nice and respectful. And I can't. If you're asking me to say what I truly feel, I won't do that because, like I said, it's nobody's business what I think, because then I'd be a hypocrite, and I'm not doing that. Actions say a lot, and I'm second guessing now. In my opinion, something happened to Jack and Lily, but I think we all have our opinions. And again, at the end of the day, we just want justice for Jack and Lily. Right. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. To me, to a certain point. You're gonna start accusing somebody of murder or worse, like terrible things with children. I think that there needs to be a line there. I don't know. Yeah. Seawood. This is my mom. Mom, that was Seawood. Seaweed, sorry. She changed her name. Neglect and living conditions for Jack and Lily and possible abuse breaks my heart, which takes me down the rabbit hole sometimes. All of us. All of us. Yes, seaweed. How the hell would Mike Demand know that? No comment. The only person I've really shared my opinion with is you, Shar, out of frustration, although I'm sure many people know what I believe. That lady is telling him. Anita. Agree. Ooh. Daniel's children are victims too, as is Meadow. Yep. Hello, Charmaine's mom. Everybody's saying hi to Charmaine's mom. I think about his other kids often and if their peers bully them in school because of it. And remember, they do have Daniel's last name. Don't know why my comments keep getting deleted.
That is two people
No, no,
I
no, 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 no,
actually
no,
do
no.
feel sorry for.
That's not. No, 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 no. That they're not being deleted, True Crime Housewife. I hope you're still here. It's a glitch that you're seeing. I'm still seeing your stuff. You are the only creator who allows people with different opinions feel welcome in your chat and feel welcome as long as we don't say or do anything that is disrespectful. All right. Kids are meaner and more cruel by the day. Yep. Only thing I said sticks with me. When I heard Malaya was dating again, I said she needs to stop being a hole. The feeling is the same. The wording could be softened. Sure. But I mean, that's an opinion on what, and I'm talking about what happened to the kids, right? Like what the they're the ones that would have to justify their behavior. Like, so you couldn't look for my brother and sister, but you were dating like 3 months after they went missing? That's a question that she's going to have to answer for her children, her daughter, if she gets her daughter back one day. Not that's not I'm talking about the murder of Lily and Jack, if that's in fact what happened.
But even if neither one of them get Meadow back, they are both, as her biological parents, at some point when Meadow, whether it's when she turns of age or if they get her back and she sees this when she's a teenager, are going to have to answer a lot of questions. Mom, why didn't you go to the vigil? Why did you stay home and bake cupcakes? Mom, why were you at the beach but you couldn't be out looking for my brother and sister? Mom, why did you not protect my brother and sister from this person who you claim was abusive or you claim was on drugs? Those are all questions that one or both of them are going to have to answer at some point.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. And then the flip side of that is how we've behaved. And there are certain people out there who are very loud about their opinions, and their opinions are that one of them has ended the lives of Jack and Lilly, and some of them actually think purposefully, and they're not afraid to say it and push that idea to others. That's kind of what I'm. Something that has been pissing me off lately is creators using AI images, including of the kids, to try to promote their videos. The misleading headlines lately as well, calling her out too. F Daphne. Does she? I don't know. I don't follow her.
But Charmaine, you and I have talked about that, how people are using, whether it's AI generated videos of the kids, or there's been, I think I sent, it was either you or Sunny I sent it to here several months back, and it was AI picture of the kids, and I was like, this is AI, right? Like, it doesn't look right. And yeah, it was AI. And then another time it was an AI video claiming that the kids had been found. And of course, me following this case like I have and doing everything I have for it, I instantly get online. I'm crying. Like, I'm online trying to find out if this is true. I think I messaged Belinda at that point and asked if she'd had any updates. And then I realized it was AI, and I was so mad at the person who created it. And it's just an AI group. I have them classified as an AI group now because I've seen several posts of theirs since that were AI. But it affected me, and it's like that should be wrong. Like, AI, yes, I mean, if you want to enhance a photo or you want to take a photo and change it a little bit or something like that, that's fine. But leave missing kids or other victims of other crimes out of it. And it bugs me when I see it. AI can go suck one when it comes to that. And the people using it and promoting it, I mean, it's wrong.
Agree. I hate AI. I've gotten some use out of it lately, making fake t-shirts and stuff on existing photos, but or the super annoyed face that you guys are using now as your emoji. I needed AI to do that. But some of the thumbnails, they don't even look like the same people. I don't know. It's weird. Let me know if you haven't heard, but I think I've gone through that a couple of times over the past few live streams. Just let me know if you need me to do it one last time. What else? Thank you for being level-headed, ladies. Thank you for being here, Ori. I don't know, Charmaine. A big part of me says they brought this on themselves. Some harsh reactions I don't think are out of line. Some definitely. Right. And okay. And fair enough. We're all adults here. And if like I said, even if I was doing that and I come face to face with Daniel or Malaya or Cindy or anybody else, would I actually apologize for it? Probably not. Probably not. I'd probably avoid them like the plague. Just like I wouldn't be out there, pointing at them and saying, "We're Jack and Lily," like I'm not just that's just not me. But my point was more of the kids. If you if they became well aware of what was going on and the things being said, would you be able to justify that to the children that have to live with this shit? I don't know.
I think it might also depend on what they want justified. Like, if they want me to justify the fact that I think they're neglectful, I can justify that all day long, how much proof you want and how much time you got. If they want me to
No,
justify,
the dream was Lily asking me why people are so mean. Why are they so vicious? Why is this happening? That's what she asked me. So I felt the need to excuse and explain away everybody's behavior, and I couldn't figure out how to do it. I don't think there's any way to do it. That's what prompted my question today. Like, what would you say? How could you possibly? I mean, it's not up to me to explain anybody else's behavior, but you'd probably feel obligated to want to make it make sense to them or make them understand that I don't know. Maybe that's just me and being too soft, as my dad would say.
Well, I mean, there's definitely some creators that are a little more harsh than others. And I started out being really harsh, and I'm trying not to be as harsh anymore. But it's, I still feel pretty much what I think happened is, you know, at the hands of Daniel or Malaya. But I also kind of, in that image of what I think happened, it wasn't an intentional thing. But I mean, there are some that are just really rude and and really are harsh, but that's for them to explain, not us. We only have to explain our own actions, and we can't make everybody be nice. I wish we could, would be a better world. But a difference of opinions is actually, good. There's things you and I differ on, but we're both adults and can say, well, I can see your point, but here's mine.
I have moderators that I talk to, and we see things differently, and we conduct ourselves differently. And we literally say agree to disagree. All right, moving on, you know. Hey, just the facts. Good to see you. I, for one, am so tired of the drama with creators lately. I'm not involved in the drama. I'm trying to keep my head down because you're right. It is a mess out here behind the scenes. Um, hey, Carrie Bailey and Bobby Joe. I'm all over the fence also now. I don't know what happened nor who did it. Because every day there's more stuff out. Patriot, that's huge. Because you were pretty steadfast, pretty convinced at one point. So good for you. Honestly, I mean that. Good for you. I think you're being too hard on yourself for your initial reaction when red flags waved out. I feel she saw you as a safe person to talk to because of the bench. It was a buddy talk. Someone was mean, not you. Yeah, no, Fawn, thanks for being here. But I got the feeling that she was asking me to tell her why things are so crazy on social media. She didn't say it like that, but that's what I got from it. I wasn't trying to, like, I didn't feel like I had to apologize for my own behavior, which maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, I don't know. But I felt like it was more like I felt obligated to explain away everybody else's and apologize for everybody else and make everybody else's behavior understood to them, which I can't.
This comment is a sweet way to think about that dream is, you made the buddy bench and she felt comfortable coming to you. I think that's a sweet way to look at the dream.
It is, but I'd like to like just clarify. I don't think that it was a premonition type dream. I don't think it was a visit dream. I really don't. I think that my subconscious has just been gnawing at me, and being that I had to talk to major crimes recently, I think that that's been in the back of my mind as well, and it's all been kind of eating away at me. And then seeing all of the discord going on between even the creators, we all sat up on a group panel not that long ago, you know, saying that we were going to work together, and now look, just everybody does their own thing, goes their own way, and sometimes we don't. Our morals and our values and what we think is right as individuals doesn't align with others, and so although I have no hard feelings, I just don't want to associate with a lot of what goes on now. It was never my intention to be a YouTube channel. Some people are chameleons who buy into the mob mentality. Right. And they say they don't judge. Exactly, Ron. That's exactly. So how do we air out the vacuum again? Because I feel like when I first started the channel, we were in the same spot, maybe a little bit worse. We're not quite back there yet, but everybody's just stuck in this vacuum and they're breathing in all of this shit. So how do we get them back out of the vacuum again? I'm reaching, I'm looking, I'm trying my best, but JLR is innocent. Oh, go take a cold shower, Marie. The inconsistencies in people coming out of the woodwork makes it very hard sometimes. We all want justice for Jack and Lilly. Everybody thinks you're really cool, Mom. They don't know you. I'm just kidding.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What did you
Yeah.
just tell Marie?
Marie likes JLR, so I just told her to go have a cold shower because she thinks we. She said JLR is innocent. I
Okay.
just think that's uncalled for. That's all.
I don't have my hearing aid in today. And I heard you tell her to go take a golden shower.
Nope, that's not it.
Cold makes much more sense.
Yeah, I bet it is. Okay, let's move on from the dream. Thank you for using the Harley emojis. For everybody that doesn't know, there's a new annoyed Charmaine emoji and also a new Harley emoji. And don't let me forget, Melissa. I will show the new emoji that I will upload once the live stream is done. I'm so
In,
far behind in comments again. I need
in
a t-shirt.
fairness,
Where's Sailor?
I think she was in mine. I think she's in both of them. But in fairness, I wasn't trying to make an emoji. I just thought it would be a cute picture.
Absolutely. Yeah, my mom's probably gonna fall asleep anytime now. I hope they find them, whatever the case. I hope they do too. That's why I'm here, and I hope they do it quick. I hope they do it soon. They have a search planned for the beginning of April. We'll go online and we'll look. Okay, we'll go online and we'll look at the a group that I forgot that I was a member of, and it's not bad. Sometimes you can't see your comments. I have thought mine was deleted once, and I just didn't have all messages. Could be why, maybe, yeah. So I think we said, and mods have said, up top, you've got your 3 squiggly lines. Click on that and make sure you're on live chat, not top chat. Great to see you. Shar is an amazing woman with a huge heart. We all respect her so much. Thanks, Helicopter Grandma. My mom knows. She knows. I'm just kidding. It's messed up to be dating, but I try not to judge. People handle trauma differently. Right. And why is it okay for Daniel to have been dating and judging Malaya to do it? I don't know what I would do, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be that. I don't know. I'm thankful that I can't relate. I feel like it's good to bounce ideas, theories off of each other. I've ruled out a lot of things by having intelligent conversations with people, and sometimes just need some sense knocked into me. Same. These are all consequences that people will have to face. Maybe. Ah, Mom. There was talk early on Daniel was cheating on Malaya and that Justin was the one that told her. Anyone, I absolutely remember that. I'm the one that got that information from the person, allegedly, the person that Justin's wife told. Absolutely no corroboration, but yeah, I remember very well. Am I still so far behind? Yes, ma'am. There she is right there. Sailor, what are you not doing here? You're not in my chat. We need t-shirts. That really is horrible. What is? What is? Oh, because I'm behind in my AI again? Gosh darn it.
I am starring some comments for you to make it go a little quicker, but I don't think I'm
I
as
can't
far
believe I'm
back
this far
as you are.
behind already again. Yes, the children of both parents are going to experience the most horrific lies stated about their parents. Both sides. I also think there's a big difference in sharing an opinion and being downright cruel and inhumane. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I just can't get behind that. I don't disagree. And what you do in a private area, like if you've got like a chat room or something and there's a few of you and you're just, you're venting back and forth, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people that are in the live chats day after day, spewing their and egging on these narratives that are harmful speculation at this point. Uh, Maybe to honor Lily, do some research. There are documentaries out there showing how the attack affects kids' lives. Maybe do a little segment raising awareness of the effect of abuse. No, I know. I'm aware. I am. I get it. I talked to Taylor's husband after posting certain material, and no, I'm not Brad, people. But I took that stuff down immediately after finding out they had kids. He didn't even ask. It's because you're a good person, Crandell. We do not speak of Peaky Blinders here until I see the movie. Stop that immediately. Okay. I have no theory despite following since the beginning. I do, however, have opinions about the people who speak and treat innocent children with contempt. Fair. But your your opinions are about things that you've heard with your own ear and your perception of the maybe the dislike. And that's based on things that we've all heard. I understand what you're saying. That's a different thing than accusing that person of being responsible for ending Jack and Lily's lives. I've always leaned more towards Malaya being way more involved than Daniel. This is the only channel I feel comfortable enough to say this. Well, I appreciate it. It's okay to disagree. Watching your replay the other night, you and Melissa disagreed in if Durwood was obstructing, and she was right and you were wrong, but that's okay. You're wrong, Ron. You're wrong. You
You
have to
are wrong.
actually you have to obstruct the investigation to be charged with obstruction of justice. I
Nope.
clarified that.
Shar was
How is
right.
he
I was
obstructing?
wrong.
How is he obstructing anything just by being a fool? That you would have to the RCMP would have to give him way too much credit for him to even be a fucking speed bump. He's nothing more than a pylon that they're fully aware is there. That's it. He's not obstructing anything.
Yeah, I have to agree. Shar was right. I was wrong. I'll
Thank you,
I'll admit it.
Ron. It's great to hear that people are thinking outside of the box instead of constantly following the group mentality. Great to hear that. It's hard sometimes, especially like I wanted to point out Patriot Girl because she was so convinced of what she believed. And she had her facts and she had her screenshots and she knew what she knew. But to see her admit that now, she really doesn't know and she's opened her mind, that's huge. And Jane as well. You've been here for Jack and Lily from day one, and sometimes our dreams make us dream of things that are on our mind. The bunny bench you and Ian made was incredible. Thank you. Does anyone know where to check on Crime Stoppers tips? I didn't know you could. You mean if you tip something in on Crime Stoppers? Is there a way that you can do that? Yes, ma'am. I don't know. Chelsea, good to see
Aren't those
you.
confidential?
Yeah, but I think you're given a code. You're given a code, but I don't know if you can actually call in and check on your code to make sure it's gone through. But the code is for like a reward, so they know who gets the reward. I feel Daniel is getting more blame in regards to kids, but I doubt it was all his fault. I think the only reason that Daniel is getting more of the blame in the public is because he has been out in the public more. If Malaya had talked more, I think she probably would have been just as heavily scrutinized. Um, but we look at Malaya for different reasons because of her lack of involvement in searching for her missing children. So, yeah, I agree. And I'm not saying one way or the other. I don't know. Even Daniel's supporters, I tell them, I don't know if he did anything or not. I have no idea. I wasn't there. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to convince anybody that my opinions are right. Because I very rarely tell anybody my true opinion. Grey Wolf, good to see you. But can you get it back? What? Am I behind? I don't know what you're talking about. Dead? Shower? What? Cold shower. Oh, I'm that far behind? What? Holy doodle. Ron, thank you. You're open-minded and objective and have the kids' best interests in mind, not in it for the clout. Not at all. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I all right. All right. Way behind in chat. You don't have to say sorry to me for any opinion that you've had. All I ask is that at least when you're here, you keep an open mind. That's all. Hi, Sharmods. Good to see you, Jays. How's your channel doing? Hopefully you're growing good. I mean, it does. It takes a big person, a strong person to admit maybe I wasn't right.
So, Charmaine, since you are so far behind in chat, I want to address something real quick. So,
Yes, and then go to the starred comments. You catch us up.
okay. So somebody had asked about checking tips with Crime Stoppers. So we have a couple people have answered that. One person said that you just log back in if you did it online, which is the first one I started. But referring to the Crime Stoppers comment, when you send in a tip online at the end, you get a username and password to log in afterwards and check for updates or add additional information if needed. And then, shoot, there was one more. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. And if you make a tip, you get a code to check on the status of your tip, I was told. Was trying to help someone out, but can't figure out where they would do it. So if they did it online, it looks like you would just kind of follow what Danielle said here. You just kind of log back in using that username, password, and possibly code to check for updates or add. So to hit the start.
One sec. I don't want to forget it. And I have to address it, Ron, because the RCMP are obligated to put resources to his bullshit, and that to me is obstruction, but you are not the Criminal Code of Canada. You know that, I know that, we know that. It would be mischief, absolutely. But admit it. You can be a bigger person here, Ron. Admit it. I was right. You were wrong. Please continue, Melissa. Thank you.
So this I actually had started because we did look that up, and it was, Ron, the word that we ended up settling on, which is what actually made me agree with Shar, was the intent. He had to have intent to obstruct, and they have to have that credible. So I agree with Charmaine. He didn't obstruct it. Is he being a, you know what? Yes. But he's just being a, you know what? So you need to apologize to Shar because she was right. I think it's all about money on some of the YouTube channels, and I have to agree with that comment. Lynn says, Shar, does your mom and dad treat Harley like a fur grandbaby?
Which I would like to address this question right now, while I know that my mom is probably watching on her phone and my dad is listening, just so you know, I did have to take Harley to the vet. You guys know that. Everybody here knows that. He's fine, but he's 151 pounds. So you guys and Iris need to calm down on the treats a little bit. Just, we can carry on.
Tushar's mom, don't listen to her at
I
all.
forgot to tell them that on the phone earlier today that he has to, not a diet, a lifestyle change.
Ignore her. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Give him all the treats and tell him Aunt Melissa said it was okay. But I think, Lynn, that answers your question. Grendel says innocent until proven guilty. Remember that. And he's right. April says, I think anything is possible with this case. There's been so much BS, nothing would really surprise me. But I haven't swayed too much from the beginning on my thoughts, but I'm open-minded. We all should be. And it's okay to have an opinion, and it's okay to express your opinion, in my opinion, as long as you say that, and as long as you're somewhat respectful about it. Does anyone know? Okay, we already answered that one for you. Helicopter Grandma said, but Shari, you have been here for Jack and Lilly from day one, and sometimes our dreams make us dream of things
I
that are.
apologize. I can't let it go. I can't let it go. He said I'm right.
We know you're right. The buddy bench you and Ian made was incredible. Ron, you just need to apologize to her. She's right. Get over it. It is great to hear that people are thinking outside the box. I think you read that one. Does your mom know about all of Harley's girlfriends?
Well, she certainly does now. I did tell her that he's a little bit of a famous puppy, but now she's seen it for herself, and I will. He is right here, so I'll give him
Is
some
Harley
camera
being a
time in a
little
bit.
gigolo?
He's he's sleeping right now, but he's fully aware of his fame. He is.
Are you saying Harley let his fame go to his head? My opinion, I feel he's getting more blame. I think you might have read this one from Patriot. I swayed back and forth with Malaya and Daniel, honestly. I'm not condoning his charges, though. I need her to explain. You're not condoning, like, you're not condoning him being charged with it, or you're not condoning what he did.
Allegedly.
Or allegedly did, I guess I should say.
Probably either, but like I've got a history with Patriot Girl, and
We all kind of know what side she was on.
right, and so this is huge. This is the perfect example of what we're trying to do here. I'm not saying any opinion is right or wrong, but what what harm would it do to open your mind and try to, you know, just think outside the box and be a little bit more open-minded? And I even tried to do this with Durwood, you guys, and I had him, and then the next thing I knew, he was posting about the reservation that had the kids are heroes, and that's when I lost it and went Looney Tunes on him. But look, yes, ma'am, it's not the same. It's not the same. He's fine, but it wasn't due to his food. It wasn't due to his diet. It was his atypical Addison's just got a little bit out of whack. But when he stepped on the scale and he was 151 pounds, it's, you know, I don't think he needs to be that big. That's all. He'll love being a little less meaty. It'll be fine. We can move on. That's funny. Sorry, go ahead.
We both clicked at the same time. Helicopter Grandma said, no worries, Shar. You and Melissa have lots of supporters for what you both do for Jack and Lilly. And I know I can speak for myself and probably both of us when I say thank you. Chelsea says, I'm in most of them, but try hard not to be part of the drama side of it. My opinions stay the same. All three on the property are at fault. Fair enough.
Very, like, there's no possible way that anybody can argue that point because 3 adults were on the property when 2 children went missing, and one of them says she heard them. Um, you know, another one was up making a phone call within the hour before. It's hard to argue that there's no defending that. You were right there, but where's the fault? Does it stop at like neglect or more? And that's where I think the line has to be until we find out more information. My opinion. And I agree. I agree. And if you guys, just for the non-members, I'm going to post those emojis that I made so everybody can see what I did with AI. That's too funny. But go. Sorry, Melissa, you're almost done. I see you've got 6 left. Go ahead.
Actually, we just have 3 left real quick. Some of the things being said lately could potentially be very dangerous. To openly speak on someone's DV can trigger retaliation from perpetrator being publicly outed. In my opinion, some channels need to think. Fair enough. I can agree with that. And I think not only that, but it can also damage a case in some aspects, depending on what's being said. Grindle says there's way too many possibilities out there. And Sky Painter says, also, we form our opinions based on what we know and have experienced. We are all tinged by our personal experiences, good or bad. And that's true. I know I definitely am.
It's very true. I'm not fat shaming him. I love him. And my mom said, I know we love him, but we do feel bad. But those eyes, we will stop tell Ian to. Hmm. If I can get him to lose 10 pounds, then it's game on. He can have whatever he wants again. But one of the chatters the other day bought him a bacon and egger, so he did get 1 this week. That's it.
I'm just saying, Harley's going to get a present for Christmas, and you had better give it to him.
I do, absolutely. Staying with you, Shar and Melissa, and weeding others out from my own mind and soul. You know what? I never felt better in this case than I did when I left the Facebook groups on Lily and Jack. They were full of so much negativity, and you're constantly being fed all of this information, and none of it was true. And it was the best thing I ever did was to leave all those groups. I didn't realize, I know that I belong to one of them, and this may be it, but I don't even get notifications for them. But we'll look at it. But I also wanted to read this screenshot somebody sent me. I think I can see down here in the corner. This looks like it might be on AB's, but I'm not sure where Anita posted this, but I'm going to read that out in just a second. I'll let everybody get those eyes. Char's mama, I agree. Sweetest eyes, hard to say no to them. I'm sure it is. The
And I
eyes are
used to
so hard
be,
on our pup. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still in, I think, one of the Facebook groups, but I don't go on it and read it as much because there was just too much drama and BS. And it's like, it wasn't helping. I wasn't getting anything useful. I just go straight to the source now if I have questions.
Oh my God, Char's mom is here. That's so cool. Hi, Charmaine's mom. Everybody said hi to you. Nice group we have here. And then finally, let's go Chelsea. This is just my thoughts, but while certainly currently under a missing persons investigation, I do not believe anyone can be charged with obstruction. Once, if it moves to a criminal, then charges can be laid. but you need to look up the legal definition in Canada of obstruction, and that's just it's not happening
Hmm.
unless somebody is purposefully, knowingly
Intent.
making it difficult for the RCMP to conduct their investigation. So, and that had to, um, like if we look at Durwood for a long time, we were all like, he's obstructing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's obstructing us and he's obstructing our logical, common sense thinking. But is he truly obstructing? They would have to give Durwood a lot of credibility in order to classify that as obstruction of justice in Canada. Mischief is where we landed in the criminal code.
But I hadn't thought
Can
of
you
the
share your
way
opinion on
I hadn't
uh,
thought of the way Chelsea just put that about it wouldn't even be obstructing if it wasn't a criminal if it's not moved to a criminal case yet. I never even thought of that. That's a good point.
can you share your opinion on Anita if you have one, and any idea why some people are very against Anita to the point they won't even say their name or answer a question? Genuinely curious. I'm going to save my own personal opinion because it doesn't matter um, on Anita, but I think all information needs to be considered. Um, but just like anybody else, it needs to be put in the pile of we weren't there, we don't know this person, we don't know what she knows, and we don't know what the police were able to corroborate with her information. So do I think she should be attacked and threatened and defamed? No, of course not. Of course not. But do I think that this is the be all end all of all of the information? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a cop. So that's that's the best you're gonna get from me. Ron Mexico, have you ever thought about the possibility that Malaya has done the same thing to Cody as she has done to Daniel to get what she wants? Hmm. Let's move on to the screenshot. Like I said, I had somebody send this to me and I thought it was interesting. It has a ton of information in it. Um, some good questions, like not good questions, but reasonable questions. And I wanted to read it. I assume it's from something AB. I think that's what this is down here. But I can't be sure. The person did not tell me the source. But this is Anita Maxwell, probably about 15 hours ago now. The truth is rising and people getting real angry. Why the lashing out? I'm not drunk, silly person. All involved do pills, drugs, lie, steal. I'm saying the blankets smelled, Cheryl said, from cats, I guess. Cheryl lives in Brookfield. They were complaining of the smell. If Cheryl was a good friend, ask her why she let friend live there like that, and poor children. Why didn't she do a wellness check and ask her if she knows the bus driver's wife? Ask her why she lies about me and I never met her. Ask Cheryl and Angeline why they didn't help Wade and I take care of Meadow or come clean or cook or help their friend get into detox, not go drinking with her or the beach, why she has parties at her house with drugs, and ask her why she never helped me with Meadow, or why I never met her at Cindy's. Ask her why she never called CPS to help the children, and her friend both lying they, they talked to Malaya, why the text app was deleted. I'm confident the truth is rising, why I'm being lashed at. It's okay when Mad Dog arrests them all. Wade and I will smile, justice for the innocent children. I don't think you are going to lie on me and I won't speak the truth. I bet Cindy regrets ever asking me to come help. All the lies are being exposed and Lily did her job. She exposed monsters. Mad Dog will figure out who gets what. Keep lashing out at me, telling of your guilt and involvement. People are so dumb. They call or message me, and I know exactly what to do with information that cost two innocent children their life. I won't turn a blind eye or lie. Sorry, can't wait to turn on the news and Mad Dog and his crew take them all down. That is a lot. Like a lot. A lot, a lot. Um, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I misread a lot of that at the beginning when I first read this, but I mean, fair enough. fair enough. I have heard quite a bit of, I guess, dismay coming from Cheryl about Anita coming out. So interesting to hear the other side of that particular argument, giving him a swimming pool or go to the lake. Harley is fine. We have a lake and he will swim it off. He will. We just need to go home. Um, sounds like Durwood, in your opinion. I mean, I tend to disagree. She, to me, she's asking some reasonable questions. If we're going to come out and say this Anita person doesn't know what she's talking about, maybe the people that are saying that should maybe explain them, why didn't you guys come forward? If you have a problem with Anita doing it, maybe somebody else should have done it. I mean, the place was in such a poor condition that they wouldn't leave Malaya there on the 3rd. Didn't think to check on her over 2 years? I don't know. Anita's theory doesn't exactly support what I believe, but what I believe doesn't matter. We need the truth. Whatever that is, Anita should continue to speak if it's truth. Unless Major Crimes has asked her not to, and then I would implore her to not divulge anything that they've asked her not to. Facebook, that's the one. That's the one we're going to look at. Facebook group called Find Lily and Jack Sullivan. It's a good group and tries very hard to stay focused on awareness for Jack and Lily. Random Acts of Kindness is the extended group. Thank you. Those are the two. As far as her being defensive, all right, fair enough. Fair enough. Do you have anything to say about this here screenshot, Melissa? I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I'm trying to figure out how to say it. If it's true, then at least somebody is speaking out. But if it's true, then why are not more people speaking out? If it's not true, I think it's really dangerous. But whether or not it's true, is YouTube video or a Facebook group really the place to air these things out? And nobody should be attacked, period.
I will agree with you that I don't think that YouTube is the place to put this stuff out. And I think we all can remember Charmaine back in November. I don't think that YouTube is a good place to talk about the information that comes out from credible sources. To me.
Well, when I
But
say is YouTube the place to air this out, I mean if this was posted, if this post, which it looks like it is possibly on a YouTube video, is that really the proper place to air it out, as opposed to, hey, I'll send you a message. But nobody should be attacking anybody. And if it's true, then hey, I'm glad somebody's airing out the truth. But I've not once heard of there being cats at that property. So how do blankets smell of cats or other animals? I'll just say an animal, period. If there's not, because the only dog on the property that I know of was Tucker, which is Janie's dog. So it shouldn't smell like a dog. And I don't know that there was any cat.
Didn't we hear that there were rats in the walls and stuff? Jack was afraid
Yes.
some nights. We heard that. Maybe that's the, I don't know.
And rat urine
We
will
don't have
smell.
rats in Alberta, so I don't know.
Well, rat urine will smell if you're not, if you don't know the difference between the two. Yes, rat urine can smell. But if it's rat urine, then that causes me worry because of the virus that they carry, Havona virus or something. It starts with an H, but I can't think of the name of it right this.
Yeah, it's shit. Deer mice here have it. I know what you're talking about. But according to Michelle James here, Janie has 6 cats, so mystery solved. That's
But they're outdoor
I don't
cats, right?
maybe, but who I don't know. I don't know.
Because I remember seeing cats walking around outside, but I'm talking inside. Hantavirus, that's it. Hantavirus.
Antivirus, yeah. So, and I mean, you don't have to have cat peeing on stuff for things to smell like cat piss. You can have a dirty litter box, which could be you know, I don't know. I hate the smell of cat litter. Oh, I hate the smell of cat litter. I just
I hate the
that
smell
that
of cat, period.
we don't have rats, April. Go wait in the car. No, we don't.
Which I guess if they hung the blankets outside, say they got wet for some reason, one reason or another, and they hung them outside and there's a male cat outside, I mean, I guess a cat could spray. So, I mean, it's possible, but at least if it's true, somebody's speaking out. If it's not, it's kind of a lot of things to be saying if they're not true.
And can we just agree that let me see if I can you go ahead and talk and I'm going to pull up another picture just to finish out this conversation.
Okay, let me go back up here in chat so I can hit. Where was the hantavirus? Was the last thing I seen. Murray says he has a lot of cats, maybe 30 isn't exaggerated, but has a few. Are you talking Daniel? Yes, hantavirus. Thank you guys. I couldn't think of it to save my life right away. Tomcat spray everywhere. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Lori. Maybe if they had a blanket outside, hanging over the railing on the porch, maybe a tomcat would spray it, possibly. Marie, he has a few outdoor cats and some strays come around. And if there's a lot of cats, the litter box may not have been changed regular. I don't know. I hate the smell of cats because I can't stand the smell of the box. I can't stand the nope. And I'm allergic to the litter. Something in the dust makes me break out. So yeah, I just don't do cats. Cindy has a farm. I bet she has cats. And why the heck were the blankets in a garbage bag in the shed instead of kept as keepsakes? I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. No. Simple answer. And when my daughter-in-law was expecting, my son would change yeah, they're not allowed. Cat scratch fever, I think is what it's called. But his home isn't full of cat urine. I can verify that. Are you talking Daniel? Who are you talking, Ori? Did we ever let Joe out of the car? Probably not. He's probably still in there.
No, Joe came in the car when Ron was sent out.
They are indoor and outdoor cats. They love to hang out with Tucker in the front window of Janie's RV. But are they inside cats for Janie? Or are they inside cats for Daniel?
Okay. I have the answer. I have the answer. Oh, look at that, Michelle. Michelle, go wait in the car. You're not allowed to be ahead of me. Now look. Cheryl is talking about the clothes that she took out of these bags that were delivered to Cheryl's house by Major Crimes. How long were these bags sitting outside? Tomcats would be all over that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think mystery has been solved. All of the bags of clothes sent to Cheryl's house for Malaya were completely washed before being sent to Major Crimes to Cheryl's. Yeah, but if they were left outside, I'm quite sure that they weren't picked up like on a schedule. They were probably put outside and they were told, okay, stuff is here, and they got there when they got there. So I'm just saying it's possible
Okay.
that
A family
this is
member
how.
of mine had a L-shaped couch, and I was in need of a couch. She said I could have it. I sent people over to get it because I can't lift at that time. I just had surgery. I wasn't able to lift. They brought it in. I immediately started smelling that very distinct cat spray smell. I took and I had a carpet cleaner with the upholstery attachment, and I cleaned that couch 3 times, and it still could not get that smell out. And I used the pet cleaner in that carpet cleaner. So that couch within a week went out. I cleaned it every day for 3 days, and I had it taken back out. So if the bags were outside and a tomcat sprayed, it's hard to get that smell out. So it doesn't necessarily mean inside the house was like that. You guys follow what I'm saying? Really, seaweed? I did not know that. I just threw
I
the couch away. I
apologize.
wasn't going to deal with it.
My mom is actually deathly allergic to cats, and she said, yes, if it's there, it will stay. I mean, you can't get the smell of cat pee out. I hate the smell of cat pee. I love kitties, but I won't own one. All right. Last thing we're going to do with Jack and Lily today, I'm just going to show you this Facebook group, hopefully get a little bit of traction for it. You guys can go and, I think you have to request to join this page. Not sure. Chelsea will know. It is Find Lily and Jack Sullivan on Facebook. Awareness page for missing Lily Sullivan 6 and Jack Sullivan 4, who's 5 now. Lily is 6 in 2 days. It's quite active. I quite enjoy these. Now, I don't know if these are AI generated or not, these little videos, but we'll listen. We'll listen to a couple of them. They're very cute. And I'm just gonna scroll through so you guys can see the page itself.
Cute. Cute.
I don't know
I don't
how
know
hard
how
it is
hard it
for
is for
Carla and
Carla and
Belinda,
Belinda.
but hearing the kids laugh almost brings me to tears because it's been almost 11 months now that their family has not been able to hear that laughter.
Yeah. Yeah, and Mr. Hemi, I don't disagree with you about AI slop. I don't like the AI when it comes to this, but these videos are awful cute. They're very short and their appearances don't seem to be altered. I don't think it's AI. If it is, I think that they're good about putting it in the caption.
Can
Can
Chelsea
So,
Chelsea
tell us if
tell
they're
us if
AI?
they're AI?
she said I think she said some of them might be.
That one
That one
clearly is.
clearly is.
This one was they swapped hairdos. Like this is Lily's face with Jack's hair, and this is or with boy hair, and this is Jack's face with girl hair. Um, it was just to kind of show what what you could do with a different hairstyle with children to conceal them. Um, Which fair, it's a good point. I think this would be AI because I've got this picture and I do remember that same kind of twirl dance thing on the AI video that Sunny created. So I do think that is. I'm not sure if this one is or not. But it does give a little bit of a different feel to this case when you see them on video. It's not just looking at these pictures for the umpteenth time, which we all love to do, but seeing little videos, I think, hits the heart a little bit harder. And so yeah, everybody go join this group. Am I able to share it, Chelsea? And then there is the connected group, random acts of kindness, in Lily and Jack's name. That's another one that I like, but it doesn't look like I can
Hey, Chelsea, can
share
you
it. Just
tell us if there's anything?
There you go. Link is in the chat. Go join. I don't disagree with you, Mr. Hemi. I don't, but I think that some of these are not AI. And to me, I can't tell the difference. They're very short videos. I know I know where you're coming from. Bags outside Tomcat's spray and it gets on clothes, even if clothes, bags, skunks too. Yeah. The echo was due to Melissa not being muted when I was talking. Didn't I tell you to go wait in the car, Marie? Kind of judgy today. Are you upset about JLR? You are. It'll be okay. All right. Did y'all get that link? Hopefully y'all got that link. And Melissa, please give some, I don't know, closing thoughts. We're gonna move on. Everybody's gonna scatter now because we're gonna move on to the Zorro Ranch. Jeffrey Epstein. We're gonna do it, but let's close out the Jack and Lilly discussion.
I just hope the kids are found. Sorry about the echo. It's because I didn't mute the audio to the shared screen. That's why it echoed so bad. I was just wondering if Chelsea could tell us if there was anything planned for Lily's birthday. And for those in my chat, I will get the link here in just a minute to that Facebook group and post it in mine as well. If you want, before we move on to kind of put a break in there and lighten things up, you can show the picture I did for Harley.
I don't want to dox my entire friend or messenger list, so I'm sorry, Gran. What comment? That's funny. Where are you? There you are. All right, so keep in mind that this is going to be an emoji after the live stream.
Chelsea said, as far as the vigil, where is it? Right here. She's not entirely sure. So for all those wanting to know about a vigil, we don't know yet.
So there he is. Harley takes a bite out of crime. So cute. So adorable. Melissa made this one for us. So that'll be an additional emoji. And then for our non-members, I'm going to give you a little treat. The members today got a new emoji. They got two. They got one of Harley, and they also got one of Charmaine annoyed. And I had to use AI to do it. Ah,
I
so
feel
that
like that
there is
was
an
our
emoji.
face last night when they were describing the quote unquote artwork.
Yeah, the chicken. Yeah, oof, terrible. So, anyways, that's the emoji, and that is the future emoji. So, here we go. You're welcome, members. Thank you for being members. We'll do a members only soon. Um, literally laughing out loud, Ron. Yeah, me too. I was like, that's a good one. I love that. Yeah, there's my girl. Yeah, cranky face.
But I
Um,
hadn't planned on you
yeah.
using that as an emoji. I was just taking Harley's picture and making a cute picture out of it.
Aw. Let me see if I can get him in here. He might be lazy right now. Just a sec. Soon as he heard his name, he knew it was his time. He knew he was up. Hello. Come and say hi to your people. Come and say hello to your people. Hello, everybody. Aw, because he needs a bone.
Harley.
Say hello. Yes. Grandma's watching. Yes. Okay. So that's it for Jack and Lily. We're going to do something on the 22nd. Let's see if we can maybe get maybe possibly Sunny to join. She is really sick right now, you guys. She's got a chest cold. She sounds like shit. I talked to her for half an hour today. She sounds terrible. But we'll see. We'll we'll try to do something a little bit special for for Lily on the 22nd. And so if you're ready, we can move on. You go ahead and say what you need to say. Hey, boss man, how's it going?
Yeah, we can move on. I just noticed in this, it almost looks like Harley's giving you the side eye, like, yeah, I know y'all lie. I know y'all lying.
He's looking at me like, am I done? Can I go now? Can I go now? Um, okay.
Harley needs his own YouTube channel.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna take a bite out of crime with Harley, we need to incorporate it in my title. That's all. He's my sidekick. Like we used to be Sonny and Char, um, Harley and Harley and Mom or something. His name has to come first. Of course. But well, did you hear that? He's very much cranky today. He shouldn't be because we had ribeye steak, and of course I didn't eat all of mine. And Mom, plug your ears. I gave him my ribeye, most of it, but he got a bone today. It was a cooked bone, but I watched him closely. He did good.
They
He
can
loved
have
it.
bones as long as they're not chicken and boiled.
Yeah, but dogs do better with raw bones because they don't splinter as bad. And I'm the one that was like hounding my parents about that. And then I turned around today and I gave him a cooked bone, but he ate it like it was a milk bone. It's fine. Harley can do a weekly segment on canine police and search. Oh, that is a seaweed. Go wait in the car. He earned it. He needs a Sherlock Holmes hat. Okay. I'm taking all of your suggestions and we will incorporate them into the crime. Have you guys ever seen A Pet's Life? It's called A Pet's Life. And they've got this one dog. It's like a really old beagle who can barely move and he barely opens his eyes, but he's like the Sherlock Holmes of the pet world. That's Harley. weekly. I I have gotten some pet pictures, so I should start doing that again. Harley and Char's true crime story. Love it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. All right, Melissa, do you want I know you don't want to, but do you want to move on? Let's move
Yeah,
on.
we can move on, and I will look up Sherlock Holmes hats and like the little magnifying glass and stuff and see if I can't do another picture with it.
Fair. Fair. So I wanted to talk about the Zorro Ranch, you guys. Like this could be pretty big. Also, cripes. I'm gonna unshare this because there is something in my messenger on Epstein. Allegedly, it's another site that was created that makes it super easy to find documents and new videos. Where is it? Um, check out the videos on this site. All right. So we'll look at that first, actually. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can show this or not. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm calling you out, Seaweed. Tell me right now if this is not safe for YouTube. I will post it here for you guys to go look if it's not safe for YouTube. Uh, yeah, we're gonna get there. It's pretty bad. But is there, oh, for Pete's sake, I'm gonna show it. Oh, if I get a copyright strike, or not a strike, if YouTube gets mad at me, I won't share the sound. But you guys have to remind me to put the sound on before we go to the Zorro Ranch. What the heck is this? Okay.
What the
Copy
frick?
this. Yeah. Whoa. That hasn't stopped you any other time. Stop it, April. That car is getting pretty full. Oh, YouTube rejected your comment. You may need to share the link another way. Is it because it says Epstein? Let's try it one more time. Wow, fun. All right. I don't know how I'm going to share this link. Uh, ooh, I don't know what to do. Just don't click play. Okay, good tip. But I'm trying to figure out a way I can share this. YouTube. Uh, follow. How did you share it with me? There's a 3.5 hour conversation with an Israel leader on there. Wow. All right, let me see if I can, if I do this, let me get this over here. Just give me one sec. I'm trying to figure out a way that I can share this. That's reply. Forward. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the mod chat and maybe my mods can try to share the link. I don't know if it's just because I'm trying to share it. See if you guys can share it. Okay, good night, Kimber. Thanks for staying. Yes, trigger warning, everybody, we're gonna do this. Ask me again at the end of the live. We will. So you don't want me to hit play? Is that what you guys decided? I'm not hitting play? It was made so people could share it. It makes it easier to wade through the info. It was shared by, where did it go? By the doctor on Annie's video. I put it in our chat, Sailor. Also learned that Epstein actually owned a larger island next to Little St. James. Oh, really? Hit play? Are you crazy? I wouldn't play the first one, definitely, or any of that look like something is going to happen in it. How can you tell? All right, let's play. This one looks pretty safe for, well, it looks like there might be a half-naked woman on this animal. Wow, Seawood. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So this is more stuff that was just in Epstein's files. I'm not playing any of this. None of this looks appropriate. This is disturbing. There's obviously a human being in this little box here, and there's a teddy bear. Oh my goodness. Whew. So here's all documents. Hidden videos. You mean none of those were hidden? Anyways, let me see if I can search this site. Depositions, FBI court. So I don't know, but New Mexico passed a law. I think it's the Transparency Act, and it's strictly on the Zorro Ranch. It's for the Zorro Ranch. So they don't have to have any kind of federal support to or wait for any kind of federal approval to go ahead and search that ranch. And they've already started searching that ranch. Um um I want to know. Did Melissa say where she was going? Is she going somewhere?
I'm right here.
Right here. How come you're being so quiet? I
Look at the
am
bottom of the
gobsmacked.
screen. I was busy.
There you go. There you go. Helicopter Grandma, thank you so much. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. This is fantastic, Melissa. Thank you very much for doing that. This is your new emoji, members. Awesome. Okay, let's get back to this. Seaweed, you need to tell me where to go because none of these videos look okay. He's too cute. He looks on the case. He sure does. Okay. Like I said, is there a search option on here? Correspondence, grand jury. Why? Okay, so it's PDF. I don't think I want to view, so we'll drop out if it gets heavy. No offense. I just want to sleep. Absolutely. And I don't plan on showing any of those videos. Did you? I must have missed it. I'm so sorry, but thank you. You're very generous. Thank you so much. Um, United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, West Palm Beach Division. Oh, this is his, this is this one page of it? This is the grand jury indictment for the, oh, what was it? I can't remember what the charges was, but it was 17-year-old's prostitute, I want to say. Okay, I'm going to feed your dad now. Have no more epitome. It is what it is, dirty old man. Yes. Yes. It is what it is. And we're talking about Epstein because we just are. Because there's a lot. There's a lot to go through. And people don't want to go through it themselves. But I do want to. I wish we could. I wish there was oh, search documents for quotes. Zorro? Is it called Zorro? Hey, Brian. Do you think it's called Zorro Ranch in these documents or no?
I would think so.
Zorro Ranch. Showing 1 of 33. Did that change? Let me try maybe New Mexico. Snarky pants. Enjoy your grandbabies. Family first, always. She is on it. She is on it. There's a lot. I'd like to know the connection to the person who bought Zorro Ranch. Okay, give me a name. Give me something. Give me something. You did.
Try just ranch.
That's hilarious. That should be our new background. Because some people complain about my bloody knife. Okay, try what? Sorry?
Try just ranch.
Ranch. Showing 1 of 26.
Stop making fun of me, Ange, and my fat fingers that can't type. I initially said I added chat to the magnifying glass, and I had to erase it. You weren't supposed to see that, Ange.
My mouse is being a bitch today. Let's just. I don't see anything that says ranch, but suicide timeline Epstein. Well, that's interesting. Inmate departs for court. Reyes is Epstein's cellmate. 8:30 a.m. Inmate Epstein arrives in attorney conference. He is visited by several attorneys throughout the day. 6:45 p.m. Inmate Epstein departs attorney conference and returns to the SHU. 7 p.m. Inmate Epstein provided a social call by IDO. IDO reports inmate Epstein was in good spirits, nothing unusual. 7:32 a.m. PIO notified of incident by the warden. Inmate Reyes is released from court and does not return to the institution. So he spends the night at the courthouse? Isn't that odd? I don't know, maybe it's not. 6:33 a.m. Body alarm activated in SHU. Staff found inmate Epstein unresponsive in cell. Staff reported to bedside of inmate and attempted to wake him. Control announced medical emergency. CPR initiated. 6:35 a.m. Medical staff on duty, PA on site, CPR already in progress. Medical staff continues CPR and AED applied on inmate. Control called for ambulance. 6:40, somebody AW notified. 6:45 EMS arrives. Paramedics continue CPR. Inmate Epstein remains unresponsive. Inmate Epstein is intubated, given 3 rounds of epinephrine. IV access started. IO initiated. No pulse found, no shock advised. Inmate prepared for transport to local hospital. Bruce King, old governor of New Mexico, who Epstein purchased it from. Does anybody own it now? EMS departs
Would they be
institution
allowed
en
to
route
own it?
to what?
You said, does anybody own it now? Well, would anybody be allowed to own it?
I don't know because it would be
Wouldn't it be
sketchy as
evidence?
shit. It would be sketchy as shit if they own if it was after Epstein died, if it was allowed to be sold.
But wouldn't
But
it be
back
evidence?
then, but the FBI wasn't investigating back then, right? Literally hanging up on people trying to report abuse. Intubated, oxygen started. Thank you, Dr. Grant. They're searching it for bodies, yeah. But it's possible. Like, if I bought a property and then they came to me and say, "Hey, Jeffrey Epstein used to own this, and we think that he's got buried bodies here," I would allow them access to search. That's why I was kind of asking. Don Huffines. Gross.
So
And he has had
tambourine
excavators.
or what? I think that's her name. Tambourine. She said we should put outa instead of out of. So you've got more pictures in your inbox. I said you could decide. Oh, they
My
said Dawn
mouse is messing up
has
today. Yeah, I saw. 7:36 a.m. official time of death reported by ER physician. So FBI, everybody is next of kin notified. Psych reconstruction response. Please set up a meeting to go over these issues next week. I have reviewed the institution response dated November 19th, 2019 to the psychological reconstruction of an inmate suicide involving Jeffrey Epstein. Some of the corrective actions and plans for implementation outlined in the response are unclear or insufficient. Please review the feedback provided and revise your response accordingly. An updated institution response is due to me within 30 days of your receipt of this memorandum. If you have questions or concerns, yada, yada, yada. Interesting. The substance. Wow. This is really detailed, you guys. Are you guys interested in that, or do we want to? I kind of want to go to the. Zorro Ranch.
I'm
But
interested, but we can do whatever.
noting this to go through it later. I'll send you the link though if you wanted to pull it up. I'm gonna have to take him out. I don't know. Why don't we do this? I'm gonna send you the link to this thing in our messenger. And then well, I'll quickly let Harley out, and then I'll come back and I will look up that name and make it a little bit more fluent. See if that works for you. That's amazing. I love these pictures.
That was just me goofing off. Where did you find that particular?
That link that I sent first
Mhm.
is to this particular document. And then I'm going to send you the link to the entire site second. Zorro Ranch, former New Mexico property of Jeffrey Epstein, is owned by the family of Don Huffines, a Texas businessman and Republican politician, through a limited liability corporation. That's suspicious. I thought he hung himself too. Did you get the link, Melissa?
Uh-oh. Oh, wait, what the hell? I've got too much stuff open. Okay. Let's see. Which document is that medical document that you're looking at now?
So I sent you the very first link that I sent you right
Mhm.
under the last picture that you sent should take you directly to this document.
Okay. Let me re-click it
Or
then.
you can just, I don't even know how to search it, but you could probably open the documents and look for the EFTA 00043963.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up. You said let me, EFT.
Were there photos, mortician's photos? So I think
The
it's not
first link was blank.
So go into email and search data set 9. It's kind of what we're looking at. Make sense?
Yeah, I just typed it in. Everything's going like super freaking slow right now. It didn't want to let me scroll at first. I couldn't figure out what was going on. This document does not like me, y'all.
Is that person on YouTube, Squid? Lauren the Mortician?
She's awesome. Yeah, she is. She's also on, she started on TikTok. I don't know if she's still on TikTok, but I have her on YouTube. She's pretty good. I like her. So you're just going to have to go let Harley out, and I'll just have to talk to everybody because this is not wanting to let me pull it up. and scroll.
Okay, that's fine. Well, do you want to pull up? But I want to see her too. Let's watch this. I'm talking about it. It's not even fucking up. I can play it because it's 20 minutes long, so I can stop it when I come in. When I come back in from letting him out. But this is the one here, correct, guys? 19. This is the one. Jeffrey Epstein. The autopsy details no one is talking about. So I'm gonna play this, and we'll reconvene in a few.
Okay, so we talked about Jeffrey Epstein not that long ago, and at the end of that video, I told you guys, if there's something I haven't seen yet, send it to me. There's new material, new interviews, new angles. I will weigh in from a mortuary science perspective, if I can. And, well, I was sent something that I had not seen, and I was glad it was sent. I recently watched an interview on Megyn Kelly's podcast where Jeffrey Epstein's brother appeared as a guest. And during that interview, he shared autopsy photos of Jeffrey Epstein, including one of his neck area. I had never seen it before. I can't believe I've never seen it before. Why aren't we talking about this? Because when I saw it, I paused. I actually questioned if it was real, but his brother provided the photos, so they have to be real. They're real. Because I've been on real death scenes, just like Epstein's alleged cause of death. I understand what gravity does to a body. I understand what compression does to skin. And the markings on Jeffrey Epstein's body do not look textbook to me. And we are going to dive into that today. But quick note, quick disclaimer before we go any further. We are going to be talking about self-unaliving, and I cannot say the official S word on YouTube. You know, that S word? YouTube doesn't like it. They don't want me to say it. They would rather have me say unalive. So if I use some clever language, just know you know. You know what I mean? I know what I mean. We're good, right? But just know a little piece of my soul dies each time I have to censor myself. But anyways, moving on. This video isn't about who Jeffrey Epstein was. We all know who he was. I feel like that's already been explained. He was a total piece of... That's putting it kindly. This video is about the night he died. I want the timing in one place, the medical findings in one place, and the procedural failures all in one place. And yes, of course, I'm going to give you my opinion. Because when you stack the timeline, the documentation, the fractures, and now this marking, it doesn't really feel clean to me. So let's rewind, all right? Cue the intro. Wow, 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 wow. If we're going to talk about the death of Jeffrey Epstein and what may or may not have happened, we cannot start with the morning he was found. I want to start weeks earlier because the ending of this story doesn't make sense unless you understand what led up to it. I think you need all of the alleged facts. July 6, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein is finally arrested and taken to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. This isn't just a small town jail. This is a federal facility. And at this moment in time, he is one of the most high-profile inmates in the country. Every guard knows his name. Every inmate knows his charges. Every news outlet is watching. 2 weeks later, July 23rd, he's found on the floor of his cell with a strip of bedsheet around his neck. His cellmate at the time? Nicholas Tartaglione. Tartaglione. That's a good one. I don't know how to pronounce that, so Nicholas. He's a former police officer who is facing multiple murder charges. Sounds like a nice guy. Not. Anyways, this is who he was sharing a cell with. The official story is that Epstein attempted to unsubscribe from life, but Epstein says his roomie, the police officer, former police officer / murderer, attacked him. The police officer man, inmate, cellmate denies that, of course, because of course he does. And we don't really get clarity there, unfortunately. What we do know is that after that event happened, Epstein was placed on watch protocol. You know, that special kind of watch that starts with an S that I can't say on here. And this type of watch protocol in a federal facility is pretty serious. It means close observation, restrictions, monitoring. It means someone has already decided that you are at risk. But that doesn't last long for Mr. Epstein, because 1 week later, he's taken off of that protocol. They're just like, he's fine now. Let's just take him off. And just like that, Jeffrey Epstein is returned to the special housing unit under one condition. He must have a cellmate, which tells you something. They still considered him at risk. He wasn't cleared as totally fine. He was cleared with supervision. So fast forward to August 9th. It's a Friday, the day before he dies. His assigned cellmate is released, and no new cellmate is assigned. So now the man who was considered at serious self-unsubscription from life just weeks prior, not even that long ago, is now alone. The last night that Jeffrey Epstein was alive, 2 guards were assigned to his unit, and according to federal prosecutors, they allegedly failed to conduct required 30-minute checks for about 8 hours. 8 hours in a locked facility. 8 hours in a high-profile housing unit. 8 hours where no one is physically verifying his condition. Then the camera that would have captured the immediate area near his cell door, conveniently not functioning properly that night. And this is where people start saying, that's a lot of coincidences, because, right? Anyways, August 10th, around 6:30 in the morning, he is found unresponsive in his cell. CPR is initiated, he's transported to the hospital, and he's officially pronounced. So now we have a man who was previously on watch protocol, required to have a cellmate, left all alone, guards allegedly not checking on him for 8 hours, cameras that conveniently malfunctioned, and that's just the timeline. We haven't even looked at the body yet. Like all that, and we're not even there yet, but we're getting there right now. Because here's where the story takes a surprising turn. Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, is his legal next of kin, and he didn't find out from prison officials, from the medical examiner, from anybody official, really, that his brother had died. He found out from watching CNN, which is wild to me. Notifying the next of kin after a death is like death investigation 101. There's proper protocol, but it wasn't done here. So Mark, feeling something is amiss, something is off, he hires Dr. Michael Baden to observe the autopsy. Dr. Baden, if you don't know who he isn't just some internet doctor with a hot take. This was really interesting to read about. He's a forensic pathologist who has been involved in some of
Baden was mentioned in the Epstein Files. Like he was accused of getting massages from underage girls. Let's continue.
the most high-profile cases in modern American history. He's worked on cases connected to JFK, O.J. Simpson, George Floyd, Aaron Hernandez. He's served as chief medical examiner of New York City. He has decades of experience examining bodies and testifying in court. He was there to observe the autopsy of Jeffrey Epstein, and that matters because now you don't just have the Office of Chief Medical Examiner conducting the autopsy. You have an independent forensic pathologist watching and documenting what's being found on the body in real time. And what Dr. Baden publicly said afterward is what made this story explode, because it wasn't just about the fractures. He also stated he believed the time of death for Jeffrey Epstein to be about 4:30 in the morning, roughly 2 hours before he was reportedly found. And then there were the fractures. He noted 3 fractures in Epstein's neck, not 1, 3. The left thyroid cartilage, the right thyroid cartilage, and the hyoid bone. And he stated that in his decades of reviewing jail suspension, catch my drift, he had never seen 3 fractures like that in what was ruled a self-unaliving. Now, the medical examiner's office stood firmly by their conclusion and stated that those types of fractures can be seen in both self-unaliving suspension and a manual compression. So now you have 2 experienced forensic forensic professionals looking at the same neck and not agreeing. And that's before we even talk about the ligature mark itself. But wait, there's more. Unfortunately, I have been on more calls than I can count where someone made the final irreversible decision using this exact method that allegedly Jeffrey Epstein did. Again, you catch my drift what I'm trying to tell you. People in basements, closets, garages, outdoors, different temperatures, different materials. I have seen it over and over and over again. In fact, I had no idea how many people chose this method of goodbye until I worked corner calls. And there is one thing that is incredibly common in suspension cases like this. People almost always leave themselves a way to adjust the pressure. They kneel on their knees, they lean forward, they shift their weight into it. And that lean of the person is everything. You have to picture the gravity of the situation, literally, okay? When someone leans forward into that position, gravity pulls downward on the body and then upward on the material. You following me? The mark or the wound, right? It doesn't just sit straight across the middle of the neck. It tracks upward, it climbs, and it moves towards the point of suspension. Often you'll see it like angling up behind the ear, up toward the jawline, because the body is pulling against it. That upward movement is extremely common. That is what I've seen. That's what we see. I almost wish I could take my hands and like, I don't even know. Like, you would see it. When I look at that image that Jeffrey Epstein's brother provided in that interview, what stands out to me is that the marking appears more mid-neck and pretty much horizontal, right? It doesn't present with that strong upward tracking that I am used to seeing in cases where someone has leaned forward into a suspension point. There even appears to be what looks like a secondary pattern behind it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it looks that way.
Hold on a second. You just wait one stinking minute here. They're saying that he used a sheet? That ain't a sheet. That ain't a sheet, you guys. What? What?
That looks more like a
More like a
garage.
garage. That is not a sheet.
No.
Is that what they're saying?
Well, the fabric that he used was orange, so I think it was possibly part of the jumpsuit.
Okay. But that's still
But
not fabric unless it's tied like wound really tight. But even still, then, no way.
mm-mm.
Did they ever release the photo of what he used?
Yeah, she showed it earlier.
Of what he used?
Yeah.
Oh, when I was in the bathroom?
Go back just a little bit further than that. Mm, I just seen it. I'm trying to find the exact timestamp.
My mouse is being a pain in the ass. What are you talking about? Somebody's messaging me. Hopefully it's my mods just sending me a screenshot of what I'm looking for. I bet you it is. Anybody want to bet? Oh, for Pete's sake. Come on, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They decided to send me one of the videos that I'm not going to play. Yeah, but where is... I did.
Hold on, I'm letting it play. And then I can grab a screenshot of it real quick.
Or even like a timestamp.
Yeah.
Hope you guys didn't hear that video that my mods thought that they would share. Yeah, I know you did, Gren, but I just... Is he even unalive? Well, allegedly. This is the type of blackmail people salivate over. You guys, I swear to God. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean it wasn't bad? It's literally porn. That's an aluminum bat. You guys are not... These are just the videos from the site that we're looking at. But, Gren, I looked at your messages. I see it. And then I'm looking in the group, and all I'm seeing are the videos that I'm not playing on here. Dude gets beat with an aluminum bat during a redacted sex act. Yeah. Anyways, we're talking about the fabric that they're claiming Epstein offed himself with.
Well, I know she showed it. It's a matter of finding it, and like you, my mouse is not cooperating.
Well, seaweed for the win. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, okay. Am I allowed to share CNN stuff? I'm gonna. Because it's just a picture. Should be just a picture. Alright. Let's get mouse. What is going on? Where'd you guys go? There you are. Alright. Okay. It's alright. Here we go. Can you see this? Yes. Alright.
Yeah,
That's
that
it.
right there.
Oh my God. Yeah, I saw the Zoom picture. We can show that after, but this, okay, this would not cause, really? Really? This would not cause this. That's crazy, you guys. Who is trying to claim this to be factual? Did they think this would never get out? And now what are they gonna do? Now what are they gonna do? Why?
For one, that's gonna leave a wider mark, not a skinny mark.
I'm sorry, but I think there's just no way. There's no
Not to,
possible way.
not to mention whatever was used was adjusted. That's why there's 2 marks, not 1.
There's no fucking way. This is ridiculous. And this is all so that he doesn't have to face the consequences or spend the rest of his life in prison? Pathetic. Could be friction burn. Yeah, but wouldn't this rip?
Not
And that does
necessarily.
not. But I don't think it would cause that.
It wouldn't cause that wound crack.
Morticians everywhere be like, yeah, no shit. Where were we? The autopsy. Let's go back to where we were She was still doing her foundation, according to Marie Antoinette, which I think is brilliant. Thanks for the giggle.
You didn't share the audio with it.
YouTubing is hard. It's hard to remember all the little details that you have to remember. Click, 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 just to get a stupid video up. Okay, let's go.
Present with that strong upward tracking that I am used to seeing in cases where someone has leaned forward into a suspension point. There even appears to be what looks like a secondary pattern behind it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it looks that way. Almost like a layered compression. Now, could there be explanations for that? Sure. Bodies are complex and different materials behave differently. But based on my experience, if someone were positioned the way his brother described, because in the interview, he described how Jeffrey Epstein's body was found. And just in case you missed that, I want to reiterate it really quickly. Jeffrey Epstein's buttocks was suspended from the ground when the guards walked in that morning. His feet were out in front of him and he had to be cut down. Again, I would expect to see more upward angulation from the photos, and I just don't see that here. And that's the part that makes me pause the most, because the body doesn't lie. People do. So now I need to talk about the CPR. Circling back, because this part bothers me too. If someone has been without circulation for hours, and again, Dr. Baden is suggesting a possible earlier time of death, the body does not feel freshly collapsed. It cools. The skin changes. Blood starts settling. The body starts doing what bodies do when they've been gone for a bit. And I'm sorry, but if you've ever been around a person who has clearly been deceased for a while, you know. You just know. You look at them and you know. So when I see photos of active compressions being performed on Jeffrey Epstein's body, and then it was photographed, like documented in the back of the ambulance, I have so many questions. So you cut him down and then you thought, let's publicly wheel him out of here. We got to document this. I mean, there was some intern in the back of an ambulance and they're like, hey, grab the camera. Do you see what I mean? It just seems so weird to me, because this death isn't some random person on the sidewalk who collapsed. This is supposed to be a locked.
You say something?
As somebody who was a medic on an ambulance for 8 years, we would not allow that, for pictures to be taken like that.
Federal facility. There are high-profile inmates in there. This is supposed to be a controlled environment. If someone had been in the position that Jeffrey Epstein was found for a significant amount of time, there are going to be physical indicators that he is no longer with us. That's just physiology. That's not conspiracy. That's how bodies work. And then we're told he may have been gone for roughly hours before his.
Yeah, okay, but wouldn't they have? They would have checked for signs of life. Maybe they would have started CPR anyways, but I would think if he was there for like an extended period of time, lividity would have started and they would have seen it and the color would have drained out of his skin, and he did not look. Mind you, even the photo, the autopsy photo did not look overly discolored. I don't know. Let's continue.
Body was discovered. So now I'm supposed to believe we have a potentially hours deceased individual cut down from suspension, placed on a gurney, active compression happening, and someone is also documenting it. That is not something the public is used to seeing. Is it impossible? No. Is it typical? Also no. But when you add that to everything else, the earlier incident, the removal from watch protocol, the cellmate being gone, the missing checks on the inmates, the camera malfunction, it doesn't calm the narrative. It makes makes it louder. I'm not saying I know exactly what happened in that cell, but I am saying that when I look at the totality of this medically, mechanically, procedurally, is that a word? Anyways, it does not feel clean. And then on top of everything, you're going to tell the public that a high-profile federal inmate died alone in his cell and there's no camera footage? We're talking about a federal facility, not a motel, not a storage unit, a locked, monitored housing unit. And yet the camera that would have captured direct activity directly outside of his cell, the one that would have shown who came and who went, who approached the door and who didn't, it wasn't functioning properly that night. Now, there were other cameras in the facility, cameras that showed the guard station, cameras that showed other angles, but the specific camera angle that would have given the clearest view of that tier, corrupted, gone, unavailable. And I need you to understand why that fuels speculation. Because if everything is exactly as it's always been presented, if this was just a straightforward case of a man unsubscribing in custody, then video would quiet the noise. Video would answer questions. Video would end most of the debate. But instead, we're told that the footage that would have mattered the most isn't usable. Is that impossible? No. Cameras malfunction, technology fails, but in a case already layered with missing everything, it just doesn't help anything. It doesn't settle anything. It adds another wrinkle. And I need to say this clearly. I'm not a medical examiner. I did not perform this autopsy. I am looking at a photo that was shared publicly, but I have seen a lot of these types of markings in my career. And when I look at this one, something about the way it presents feels different than what I'm used to seeing with a soft material like a sheet. Sheets are fabric. They have give to them. Even when they're twisted up, they don't usually leave a super sharp, almost layered looking compression unless something very specific is happening. And what catches my eye in this image is that it looks pronounced, almost patterned. There's that main band across the front and the middle, and then what almost looks like a secondary area or line behind it. Now, could that be from repositioning? Could that be from how high it was tied? I mean, again, bodies are complicated, but when I hear bed sheet and then I look at that marking, my brain doesn't immediately go, yep, that tracks. It just makes me look a little harder. I don't believe it. Before I wrap this up, I do want to say something that I've been thinking about. Mark Epstein is his legal next of kin, and Mark Epstein knows where his brother is buried. It's kind of secretive. There's no public record of cremation, which means technically, if he wanted to, Mark Epstein could request an additional autopsy. He could have another full forensic examination done. He could even have Dr. Baden oversee it again. That option exists. So I do find myself wondering, why hasn't that happened? Now, I'm not saying that means something sinister. Exhumations are expensive and they're emotional. They reopen wounds. There are very real reasons someone might not want to go through that, and I understand that. But when you publicly question the findings and you have the legal ability to pursue another examination, it's a fair thing for people to ask about. Nobody's asking it, so I guess I will. And I think this is where the bigger conversation comes in. I keep seeing talks of people saying, why are Americans still obsessed with this case? Why does this keep coming up? Because this Jeffrey Epstein case hits differently. This wasn't just a random criminal. This was someone connected to powerful, wealthy, well-known people, names we recognize, institutions we were taught to trust. And when someone like that dies in federal custody under layers and layers of weird circumstances, people don't just move on. For a lot of Americans, this felt like one of the first moments where they looked at the system and thought, wait, is everything as solid as we think it is? And whether you believe the official ruling or if you question it, the reason this case won't go away is because it feels unresolved. Coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. At some point, people stop calling it coincidence or random and they just start calling it strange, because it is strange. And that doesn't mean every theory online is correct, but it does mean the public isn't crazy for asking questions. So if there are documents you've seen that I haven't, if there are details you think I should break down more, put them in the comments, because whether this was exactly as ruled or whether history eventually sees it differently, the mechanics matter. And right now, the mechanics don't feel good. I don't like it. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this autopsy photos. So I don't deal in rumors. I deal in bodies, and bodies tell stories. When I look at the timing, the markings, the fractures, the handling, it doesn't read simple to me. I have more questions than answers. Maybe one day we'll have every piece of this puzzle. And if more files drop, you already know I'll be back and we'll go through them together. But until then, I'll just keep looking at the science. So make sure you're subscribed, because if this case
I have questions. So in the documents, it does say, where does it say bed sheet? Because that's clearly not a bed sheet. That's not a bed sheet, is it? Do they have orange bed sheets? Melissa?
I don't think they have orange bed sheets, and I mean, to me, that looks like possibly a pant leg or something, but also it was cut down, so it's longer than this. So I don't know. It doesn't look like a bed sheet to me, but again, the size of this thing doesn't scream part of the uniform that they have to wear. But I don't know. I don't think it's a sheet. Most of the prisons I know, and I mean, I don't know the federal prison that he was in, but they don't actually provide you sheets. They provide you a flat, well, they provide you a flat sheet and a blanket, and then some of them just provide you a blanket. So I don't know about the federal prison. We'd have to ask JLR or somebody on that.
That's funny. Orange noose Jeffrey Epstein hanged himself in his jail cell with an orange noose he fashioned from a sheet or a shirt, according to a new report issued Tuesday. No, it's not a sheet. His shorts are orange that he had on the gurney. Were they shorts though? That could have been just a piece of the fabric draped over him if he was naked. Which feeds into somebody, I can't remember who said it, but they were saying maybe he was having um autoerotic asphyxiation on it like on himself, and it went wrong. It looks to me like a ripped part of a jumpsuit. Absolutely, I agree. Well, I mean, you could technically ask JLR and he would know. I mean, that's no shade to JLR, Marie. It's fine. You have to outsource the professionals in this type of situation, because not many of us have been inside of a federal penitentiary in the United States. Same.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't throwing shade there. He's been in federal prison, so I mean, I wasn't throwing no shade.
CNN is calling it a bed sheet. It says bed sheet in the DOJ. I thought I read it was a bed sheet, but I've only ever seen white bed sheets. But I don't know, man. It could be wrong. I'm
The
not
only
playing the
sheets I've
video.
ever seen in any kind of prison or jail when I was going to them is some of them would be provided a white flat sheet.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, but I mean, if they were that panicked to get something fashioned up, why wouldn't, I mean, it would have been if we're saying that the cameras were not working on purpose, and they waited until his cellmate was gone to the courthouse and it was all orchestrated like this, then why wouldn't they have more time to stage this a little bit better if it was staged? JLR is a YouTube creator. He does boots on the ground. He's got a lot of subscribers. He gets a lot of donations. And some people, I'm not mentioning any names, are maybe possibly a little bit infatuated with him. Not me. Not me. I can't stand him, not because of the Nancy Guthrie stuff, but well before that. And because of his past. But now he's been accused by his ex of domestic violence. So, trail hiker, good to see you. Weird color for a sheet. Women's warrior is back. Could he not have had his own bed sheets brought in as a privilege, maybe? Maybe. But I remember in one interview that he did, well, I know orange is not brown, but I know that he's not a big fan of the brown or any of the prison colors. This looks like prison orange to me. Just my opinion. Yeah, that's what this is. This is
So, judging by how much orange is in that cell, it very well could be a sheet.
Oh, come on. How many are you? Prisons aren't allowed to have that many sheets in one cell. Come on. For two
How else
beds?
do you explain that much orange between a sheet and? But see, it looks like to me, and I can't blow it up. It looks like the mattresses are white. Possibly the blanket and the sheet could be orange. And if there's 2 people in that cell, 2 to 3 people in that cell, and they're each allowed 2 jumpsuit sets, that'd be what, 6 jumpsuit sets, 3 sheets, 3 blankets. I mean, it's possible it's a sheet. Judging by how much orange is in there, because they're not allowed that many clothes either. And it looks like at the end of the bed is an orange sheet. So, yes, I guess it could possibly be a sheet, judging by this.
It looks like they dumped laundry in there. That's what I was going to say. But fair enough. Sleuthers united to get to the bottom of it. We will allow it. We will allow the testimony to stand that it is a piece of a bed sheet. But it still didn't cause that wound.
No.
No way. No way. You can talk for a couple minutes. I'm going to bring up something on Zorro Ranch, and then I'm going to go pee while we're watching about Zorro Ranch.
Yeah, it's in my professional opinion, and I can actually say that there, that is not what caused that wound. Tear it with a piece of metal bed frame. Yeah, that's how a lot of them do it. They'll rub it on there until it rips or starts ripping it. If the only fabric available to them is orange, they'd be easier to spot. If they were trying to get away with something, yes. That's, I think, why they chose Hunter Orange. Someone either did it to him on purpose or he arranged it beforehand to escape his sentence, in my opinion, allegedly. Maybe. I think more somebody did it to him than he arranged for it. But orange is a color that causes casual behavior. Don't know about that, just peachy. Never heard that. Those are jumpsuits, not sheets. That many jumpsuits, Grindel, in one room, that would be considered contraband. I mean, just, it would be. I mean, it's possible. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it would be, if they did a sale raid, that would be considered contraband to have that much. I worked in psychiatry for 2 years. I saw many trying to tie bed sheets together, and believe me, the sheets were not stable when weight was a factor. Most broke before self-deletion unaliving occurred. Yeah. Women's where I think he was unalived or isn't dead, which I wouldn't put it past them. I think he's gone. However, I watch too much TV, and there's this new show that's on that's called The Hunting Party, and they take all these people that were supposedly dead and put them in one prison, and we're like doing like research on them and crap. So I don't know.
Okay, you
Check.
ready for this?
Yep.
Reopening the Epstein case in one state. Now, law enforcement in New Mexico are searching a sprawling ranch there, formerly owned by convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The ranch is coming under renewed scrutiny because of details in newly released FBI files. Last month, the state's House of Representatives voted to create a bipartisan truth commission looking into allegations of criminal activity there. Joining me now is a member of that commission, New Mexico State Representative Mariana Anaya. Thank you so much for being here. Look, we were looking through the files, and in late January, there was a 2019 email received by a local radio host that alleged that somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, the ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. That is what was written. That is, of course, an unverified allegation. Do you know what authorities are looking for? Are they potentially looking for bodies there?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I think at this point, anything is in the realm of possibility. A big misstep that happened previously was that people didn't listen to survivors, people did not listen to tips that came in. And so for us, we are taking everything into consideration. Now, in New Mexico, something that is true for us is that a lot of the history lives in our people, it lives in the land. And so it is not out of the realm of possibility for us to be looking for these types of things.
In so many cases, the police and justice system, as you just alluded to, it failed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and other men who took part in horrible deeds. Do you know to what extent the happenings at the ranch there in New Mexico were investigated in the first place?
To our understanding, there was never a full investigation that was done. And that's part of the reason we formed the Truth Commission. We're actually working really closely with the New Mexico Department of Justice, which of course is the prosecutatory arm. We are the investigatory arm. And we know that not everything is going to rise to the level of a crime, but we do know that as a Truth Commission, we want to be sure that we are telling the entirety of the story. Right? What does it mean for an entire community to have this happening in their own backyard? What does it mean to take responsibility for that? What does it mean for the state to take responsibility for any mishappenings? And what does it mean to hold people accountable for their crimes? So we're working together with the Department of Justice here in New Mexico to make sure that that happens.
I want to ask you about that because other countries are making arrests. We saw the arrest of former Prince Andrew. We're seeing resignations of very powerful people. In your investigation, do you see any chance that the same will happen here in the U.S.?
It's a possibility. I think at the federal level, there is so much disappointment in the fact that there hasn't been action taken. But here in New Mexico, we're really proud that we are leading the way. We are saying, what, we believe that there is truth in what the survivors are saying, and we're here to investigate it.
Jeffrey Epstein's longtime accountant testified before the House Oversight Committee today as Congress is seeking answers on how the late sex trafficker accumulated his wealth and how it was used for illegal activities. Richard Kahn managed Jeffrey Epstein's vast finances and investments. He's the co-executor of Epstein's estate, and he told lawmakers today that he didn't know the extent of Epstein's crimes until after his death. It's pretty notable testimony given the various cases against Jeffrey Epstein and all the public detailed reporting about his crimes while he was very much still alive. Khan also testified, quote, that we tracked the expenditures as meticulously as possible, including gifts by Epstein to women and men. The gifts represent a very small fraction of his spending. I did not see them as red flags for abuse or trafficking. My source tonight is a member of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat of California. And thank you, sir, for being here. First off, do you believe him when he says he didn't know about this when Jeffrey Epstein was alive?
I don't know, but what I will say is he wasn't very forthcoming about other men who may have been involved in the abuse. At one point, he said, look, there were hundreds of survivors who were paid settlements, and there were people other than Epstein and Maxwell involved because the survivors said that. But beyond that, he really was not that forthcoming.
So there's been some confusion tonight or back and forth with the House Oversight Committee and the Republicans on your committee that I'm hoping you can clear up. They say you were trying to have a gotcha moment about President Trump in regards to a question that you asked, that the accountant was not referring to a Trump accuser when he was talking about a settlement the Epstein estate had paid. Can you explain what happened?
So I asked about the woman who has alleged that Donald Trump raped her when she was 13. Now, as we know, the FBI released one of those witness interviews first. They didn't release 3 of the witness interviews. I pushed for that, as did Thomas Massie. Then they released the other 3 to comply with Thomas Massie and my law. I have no idea whether those are true or not. One of the things her attorney has said is that she was paid a settlement from the Epstein estate. So I said this Jane Doe 4, and I made the actual case number, and I said, did the Epstein estate pay this survivor? And the lawyer took a brief pause, and he said, "Can I just confirm to make sure we're talking about the right person?" I said, "This is the person who has accused President Trump of rape." And then the con said, "Yes, that person was paid." Hours later, 5 hours later, he said, "Oh, no, I was talking about a different woman." So he backtracked on that, and people will be able to see the testimony. So I don't know which time he's telling the truth. Maybe he genuinely forgot, but the transcript is pretty clear when people see it that I was talking about the woman who accused President Trump of abuse and rape.
Okay, because Comer later says that he testified he never saw any transaction paid to the president or his family. In terms of what we'll see in this, what were your other takeaways from his testimony? Did you learn anything that you believe helped this investigation?
The biggest takeaway is that how many people were financially involved with Epstein at a significant level. 2 people who we allegedly already know, Les Wexner and Leon Black. And I just have to say this because I was up at Dartmouth at the invitation of the university president. Dartmouth still has Leon Black up on their building.
No offense to this guy, but I think it's kind of boring. But I found something, you guys. Guess who did a show on the ranch recently? The queen of true crime herself. Hopefully I can find it. This one? This is it. Yep. Ready for this? Do you have anything you want to say? American Justice. Can my mods continue, please, to put her channel in the chat? Thanks.
Nope. Let's watch the queen herself.
Yeah, I did. I watched this earlier today. It was pretty good. It was pretty good, much better than that CNN one. So let's Epstein baby. She goes on about that for a little bit, but it's good.
Epstein baby. Jeffrey Epstein has a baby. This, while a search for bodies is going on, a search for human girl bodies is going on at Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Authorities launched a major criminal search of Jeffrey Epstein's former Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. They began searching the 7,600-acre property due to a tip alleging that 2 girls were buried in the hills outside the ranch on Epstein's orders.
Jeffrey Epstein has a baby. Okay, I want to talk about that, but frankly, a baby is not my business. Dead bodies are. Straight out to Professor of Forensics, Jacksonville State University, author, Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, and star of a hit podcast series, Body Bags, with Joseph Scott Morgan. A search at Zorro Ranch for at least 2 girls' bodies. Now, first of all, hold Joe Scott. Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. I just need 2 words out of you. Where is Zorro Ranch?
South of Santa Fe, New Mexico, 30 miles.
See, I said 2 words and then you just blew that. You blew that up. New Mexico. New Mexico, Joe Scott Morgan. New Mexico, here in the U.S. Let me see Joe Scott, please. Joe Scott, we're not talking about wrongdoing in the U.S. Virgin Islands or in London or in France or in the stands that we hear a lot about from Lynn Shaw, where girls are imported to Lolita Island for Jeffrey Epstein and all of his clients. But there is no client list. Forget about that. That's BS. This is here on U.S. soil. And we're just hearing about it. Tell me what you know.
Oh, what I know is that they've had an email that had come in one of these dumps, in one of these tranches of data that has been released. And of course, a lot of it's redacted. But what was stated is that there are at least 2 victims, according to the source, that have gone out and they have stated that they used to work there at the Zorro Ranch. They claimed that during some kind of wild, perverted sex act, that 2, not 1, but 2 individuals, young women, were choked to death, that they were essentially asphyxiated. And then their remains were taken out onto this property, which, Nancy, to say it's vast is an understatement, taken out, and they were buried in the hills surrounding this area. It's very non-specific, but right now, according to what we're hearing, there's a search going on of this property looking for these remains. I have to think about it's looking for a needle in a stack of needles right now.
After Epstein's death, our own FBI said they, quote, lacked evidence to search the New Mexico Zorro Ranch. Now, this as they swarmed Epstein's Manhattan townhouse and his private island in the Caribbean. But
Is the Caribbean the Virgin Islands? But anyway, that's not what I wanted to say. So it might be on this episode that I heard that there was a victim that was at the ranch actually had attempted to run away a number of times, but it was so secluded that she was running and running and running, and they were able to catch up to her and take her back in. Nancy is very dramatic, but she's thorough. Sometimes she doesn't, dot all her I's and cross all her T's to make sure everything is factual. Okay, good. Good. I didn't know that. I thought that the Virgin Islands was the USA. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know. The swimmer? Wasn't that that was off the island, I believe. I don't know, but no, I do think that this is good. And just aside, Joseph Scott Morgan, host of the podcast Body Bags, it's one of my new favorite podcasts. You guys, if you like the audio podcasts, look up Body Bags. Very short episodes, like 30, 40 minutes, but he is very knowledgeable, and I love his podcast. It's really good. So check it out if you get a. I heard that today. Wasn't it with alleged tunnels underneath his home? I heard that, but I didn't dive into Gene Hackman's death too much after we found out what was it, both accidental / natural causes. Yeah, but it's possible because Hawaii is also U.S. It's like Puerto Rico, U.S. territory. Oh, I see. I gotcha. This is New Mexico, yeah. Little St. James was the one that tried to swim away. Yeah, this one, the girl from here, she tried to run from the mansion, but there's no like main road or anything, and she was running and running and running. It was so hot. She said they eventually caught her and took her back. and she learned never to try to run again. And then I don't know, she got out. It might be in this episode that I heard that. So, but let's continue. If you want me to pause anything, just tell me, Melissa.
Not New Mexico. Straight out to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. I'm going to go back to Joe Scott, Dave, on the methods you use in trying to find dead bodies that have been there for a period of years. Can cadaver dogs even find them? But I want you to bring me up to date in a nutshell about the search of Zorro Ranch right here, U.S. soil, on a ranch owned by Epstein. But even after his death, the FBI said we don't have enough PC to search for dead bodies. Really?
Nancy, this is when you talk about searching Zorro Ranch, you're 30 miles outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico. The ranch was owned by Jeffrey Epstein from 1993 until after his death. The search is actually on a part of the property that was leased from the state of New Mexico. Jeffrey Epstein specifically leased this additional property to graze cattle.
Wait a minute. Jeffrey Epstein, known child multimillionaire, leased this land from the state. It belonged to the state, and now we're searching for girls' bodies there on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Zorro Ranch is large, but it also includes about 1,500 acres of land that was leased to Jeffrey Epstein by the state of New Mexico, and is on this property where these bodies are allegedly buried. Again, you mentioned this a minute ago, but it bears repeating. Jeffrey Epstein's properties in New York, Florida, and all over the place were all searched, not Zorro Ranch. And it's at Zorro Ranch where there's a belief that two bodies of two young women who were killed during rough sex and buried on the property that actually was leased from the state of New Mexico. They're now searching. Investigators are finally searching Zorro Ranch.
Standing here at Zorro Ranch, a place represents such trauma and nightmares for my sister and so many other survivors is harder than I ever imagined.
It is a crucial piece in getting to the bottom of truth and accountability here in our state to hold those who are still able to be held accountable to the law, as well as seeking justice and healing for survivors here in our state.
That first speaker, you may not recognize him. That is Danny Roberts, Virginia Giuffre's brother, there at Zorro Ranch. You know what? I want to hear. Oh, and the second person is Representative Melanie Stansberg. I want to hear that again. I want to hear what Giuffre's brother says. Let's hear it.
Standing here at Zorro Ranch, a place represents such trauma and nightmares for my sister and so many other survivors is harder than I ever imagined.
It is a crucial piece in getting to the bottom of truth and accountability here in our state to hold those who are still able to be held accountable to the law, as well as seeking justice and healing for survivors here in our state.
Tell it, Stansbury. Tell it from our friends at ABC. Now, remember, Virginia Giuffre was one of Epstein's victims, and she's the one that busted Andrew, formerly known as Prince, for having child sex with her. She was a teenage girl. There he is. He swore up and down this photo is fake, but then he paid a multi-million-dollar settlement to Giuffre, who then turned up dead, reportedly by. Okay, straight out to Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Peacock, and you can find her at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany, I have investigated and prosecuted the cases of so many victims, including adult victims that were abused when they were children, little girls. Bethany, you can explain it better than me, as can Lynn Shaw, but they're never the same Dr. Bethany. And what triggered this in my mind just then was hearing Jeffrey's brother, Danny Roberts, there at Zorro Ranch, where they're looking for girls' bodies right now. How long have they been there? If they are there, how long have they been buried? What, did just nobody go looking for them? Did they just fall through the cracks? I hate that phrase. There's no such thing as falling through the cracks. Somebody failed. Either their parents, the system, someone failed. Just didn't happen. Nothing fell through cracks. But these women that I have worked with, literally thousands of women over the years, they're never the same. They go on. If you see them at work or the grocery store, sitting in the pew next to you at synagogue or church, they seem perfectly fine. They're not. It's like, as I've always said, breaking your arm and never getting it set. You will learn how to flip a pancake, but it's never the same. You're never the same after your heart is cracked wide open. I can say that much. You can explain.
You know, Nancy, in order to understand the trauma, we have to get away from the words rough sex and use the appropriate terminology, which is torture. Okay. If these girls died, there was torture, and if there are two girls, there are more. All right. So if we think of the perversions, which all cluster together, and Jeffrey had all of them, we think of exhibitionism. That's why he was on that massage table, so he could display himself. Voyeurism. Remember, he was reported by a neighbor in Florida for being a peeping Tom. Okay, but pedophilia, but sadism is one of the perversions. So that's one of the things that hasn't been adequately talked about, is that he was probably likely torturing those girls, and that's why they died. No, maybe he wasn't sticking nails into them or hanging them upside down like some perps we talk about. But when you choke somebody until they die, when you are strangulating them, you are looking for fear and terror in those eyes. And in terms of the trauma of the girls who got away, I think the worst part would be the flashbacks, meaning that anybody who will ever flirt with one of these girls, love them, date them, ask them out, spend time together, they will feel like they're being violated all over again. The mind cannot distinguish between past and present when a person is traumatized. So the world begins to feel unsafe and dangerous. And even having a close, warm, intimate relationship will be equated with being tortured. And that's what these women are destined for the rest of their lives.
You know, we're showing you photos that were obtained from the latest data dump of Epstein Files. Trust me, we don't have them all yet. And you're seeing faces blacked out in many of them. Those are children. And there is one shot, I don't know if you can pull it up this quickly, but there was one shot of little girls wearing identical outfits, kind of like, it looked like white. There you go. That, like schoolgirl outfits. Those are little girls. Those are girls.
What school do they go to?
I don't know, but like that one picture, I'm not going to listen to her again say that, but that one picture right about here. Are we playing? That is a baby, you guys. That is a child. I don't know about that, man. I mean, does that automatically mean something nefarious with this poor child? But he shouldn't be holding a child.
But is that
that
his
doesn't.
child or his grandchild, like his legitimate?
No, he doesn't have kids. It's the rumor speculation that he had a baby later in life. But no, he doesn't have kids.
Oh.
Epstein baby? I don't think it's a known fact. That's the kind of makeup you see it. That's what a mortician does. Yeah, they bring the dead back to life temporarily. Disgusting. But this picture is heartbreaking. The implications of it is disturbing as shit. He likely has many children, sure, but they were. Do we have to watch again about the baby farm?
Identical outfits, kind of like, it looked like white. There you go. that, like schoolgirl outfits. Those are little girls. Those are girls. Those are minors. And you know who is really making me sick right now, Lynn Shaw, is Ghislaine Maxwell. Because though every photo of her with Epstein, she's got this self-satisfied, smug smirk on her face. And I just want to slap it right off because I can't get Epstein. Satan has him. But I could get Ghislaine Maxwell. I can get her because she stood by and watched this whole thing on. How dare she smile on a private plane when there could be bodies buried at Zorro Ranch? What is wrong with her? Guys, Lynn Shaw, founder, director, Lynn's Warriors, completely dedicated to ending human and exploitation of girls and women, of people. What do you think, Lynn, about the latest? Number one, I'm going to circle back to Epstein has a baby. That said, looking for bodies on Zorro Ranch.
Do you hear, Nancy, what we're talking about? We're looking for bodies of potential minors. I want to share with you, we at the Warriors have always spoken with victims of Epstein, Maxwell. I say their names together because they are both equally complicit in our book. And they have always reported to us the real crimes were happening at Zorro Ranch. And nobody was really ever talking about it. It was the Manhattan Townhouse. It was the island. Once in a while, Paris. Zorro Ranch. They reported to me several years ago. This is where they talked about impregnating minors. This is where they talked about seeding the race to create this DNA elitist kind of, in their own image with all these tech people. They also filled me in tech people. He was very much Jeffrey and Ghislaine. They were interested in technology. Go back and look at the history of the Maxwell family. There's a lot of technology in their background. This is what they were interested in. This is a bigger story than, I know this is hard to understand a little bit, sex and townhouse. And also girls report it now, women. They would say to me, Lynn, there was nowhere to run in Zorro Ranch. It was just acres and acres of nothing. We couldn't get away. We had to comply. We're talking about 2 dead bodies. I venture to say, in my opinion, there's a lot more. We're talking about little girls, teens with all of this horrible criminality against their little bodies and things like that. And you know what? I don't understand. Jeffrey was arrested in 2006. We're still talking about this. And I'm afraid the public is becoming habituated to the Epstein Maxwell story, and we will never get the truth. This is about all victims of Jeffrey Epstein and all victims and survivors of sexual exploitation. And our government has failed, our law enforcement has failed here, and the FBI is top of the list. Why is Ghislaine the only one ever arrested right now, sitting in some kind of country club, not showering, not eating, whatever she's doing? What is going on here? We demand answers. This is ridiculous now. We're talking about this. 2006 was Jeffrey's first arrest. 20 years later. Who's complicit? Why aren't more in jail? Let's think about those victims. As Dr. Bethany pointed out, the lifelong trauma they suffer, the lives ruined, the families ruined. We have a lot of work to do here, and the government better start answering to us, the people, we the people. We pay taxes. They're not doing their jobs.
The employee claims to have taken 7 videos of minors being sexually tortured from the home as, quote, insurance. Dave Mack, what does that mean?
Well, what is shocking about this, Nancy, is this former employee volunteering to turn over these copies of the thumb drives of what we're led to believe are acts of against children at Zorro Ranch. But the former employee wants a Bitcoin. Now, at the time, the individual was trying to sell copies of the videos, asking for 1 Bitcoin. It was only worth about $8,000, but that was the price this former employee was demanding. Now, all of the emails were to the FBI, which is how we found out about them in the property dump that came out on Epstein. There will be more, but yeah, that's the videos that were surreptitiously recorded at Zorro Ranch involving underage girls.
This is like no ranch I've ever seen. Nothing. This so-called ranch is 30,000 square feet. Look at this video from our friends at KOAT. Look at that. 30,000 square feet sitting on nearly 8,000 acres. The bodies could be anywhere. How long is it going to take cadaver dogs to search all of this, for Pete's sake? That is unlike any ranch I've ever seen. Wow. Okay. What more do we know? Now, this is crazy. Dr. Bethany Marshall, conspiracy theorists are saying that the entire war in Iran is to take our attention off Epstein. They are also saying the search for our friend Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, is some type of crazy plot to take our mind off Epstein. Nobody's forgotten Epstein. We're combing through every document that we get, and trust me, there's a lot more that they're holding on to. But Dr. Bethany, what is wrong with people?
Well, and Congress hasn't forgotten either. The Truth Commission is interviewing or questioning people every day. Nancy, conspiracy theorists, it's really associated with narcissism, meaning that a person plants an idea in their own head based upon some thin truth or reality, and they overvalue what they know. It's like a form of grandiosity, and they have a low interest in the truth. So it's interesting because these conspiracy theorists who are piling on, in a way, it's a little bit like this employee who wanted to sell information about girls being tortured for $8,000. She's trying to monetize the crime. So that tells me just how much Jeffrey Epstein had people around him who were also criminals, like an enterprise. I also think that this ranch is interesting. It's like the island. It's so isolated so that people cannot girls, children cannot get away. And what we know about sex offenders is they organize their entire lives around their perversions. An island, Lolita Express, a ranch way out in nowhere, a Manhattan townhouse where he can entertain royalty and rich businessmen and woo other people to come in and join in on his crime. So back to the conspiracy theorists, there's a thin little bit of truth, whereas there's a lot of distraction going on because there are a lot of men and women who are just sweating it out right now, hoping we will forget. But you're right, Nancy, we haven't forgotten. You're covering this night after night after night. So you are doing right by the victims.
But right here, hidden in plain sight, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell built something very different, a house of horrors. We're here to say that money and power do not buy you a different set of laws.
And one of the significant and important pieces of this case is to understand why justice was never pursued at the state, local, or federal level. So this investigation is a crucial piece of trying to understand what happened at the ranch, to look for potential crimes that may have occurred on the ranch property, especially because after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in 2019 and other properties were searched, Zorro Ranch was never properly searched.
KRQE, and from Representative Melanie Stansbury. American homeowners, the FBI has.
That place is freaking massive. What are your thoughts, Melissa? Like, my head is just exploding right now.
It is massive, and I think what they say, something like 8,000 acres or something. No wonder nobody could get away. They owned everything around it. But Maxwell, in my opinion, is just as evil and just as sick and twisted as Epstein. They were two peas in a pod, and I think they fed off of each other. It just makes me sick. The whole thing just makes me sick. And I don't think, the war that Trump's trying to start, or Savannah missing, or Nancy missing, being Savannah's daughter, I don't think that is by any means a way to get people not to focus on Epstein. If anything, with Nancy missing, they're focusing on Epstein even more because they're connecting Savannah to Epstein and they're trying to connect the disappearance to Epstein. I don't think that that's what it is, but it's just, it's sick and disturbing. And how he got away, how they got away with it for so long, I'll never know. But she, in my opinion, is just as bad, if not worse than he is, because she set it up. She trained the girls. She recruited these girls. She groomed these girls just as much as he did, if not more, knowing what was going to happen to them.
Yeah, I mean, I would. He's obviously a predator, but from some of the things that I've heard and read, she's also a predator who abused these girls as well. But absolutely responsible for recruiting these girls for, massages and just terrible, terrible, terrible things.
I will never understand, as long as I live, how you can look at a baby or a prepubescent child or a toddler or even somebody who's under 18 and think anything dirty. It's sickening.
Does not apply to this case, but some 17-year-olds do look quite a bit older than they are, but that doesn't apply here because he specifically asked for young girls, so it doesn't apply here. I just can't see his strength to hold the sheet staying enough to finish the action when he started to pass. Yeah, that's fishy as shit to me. I don't like it. Gonna continue watching this for a little bit. How you doing, Melissa, for time? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, let's continue. I am the master of the perfect pause moments. Nancy would kill me if she saw this pause moment. She looks very angry right now, but we'll continue.
Regardless of what Bondi has said, we've had conflicting reports from her. There is a witness list. There is not a witness list. Just got Morgan. There's not a witness list on a silver platter on top of a Christmas tree with a bow on it. That's not how it works. You have to comb through every document. You have to follow leads like this employee that observed the torture and possibly death that occurred at Zorro Ranch right here on U.S. soil, not far away in France, not in the stands, not in his Lolita Island at U.S. Virgin Islands, but right here under our noses. Do you know he had that property over 30 years? You want to tell me nobody noticed anything? Multiple now grown women say they were groomed there. Hey, Joe Scott, I want you to listen to Juliet Bryant, an Epstein victim.
As the plane took off, he started forcefully touching me in between my legs. And I just freaked out and I realized, I suddenly realized, oh my God, my family aren't going to see me again. These people might kill me.
New Mexico's Zorro Ranch is a place where multiple crimes were reported both to federal authorities as well as state and local authorities. In fact, there are records dating back to the mid-1990s of abuse happening at the ranch, including a report to the FBI in 1996 by a survivor and multiple other reports over the years.
Back to the 90s, and nobody did a thing. Nobody did a thing. That was from our friends at Sky News and Representative Melanie Stansbury. So here we are. Here we are, Joe Scott Morgan. How do you go about, it's like an archaeological dig, finding bodies of little girls purported to be buried somewhere in that nearly 8,000 acre ranch?
Well, the first thing you do is you don't call them civilian volunteers. God bless them. I'm happy that they like to help out. The government is aware of this, Nancy. So the way you have to do this before you ever put boots on the ground is that they're going to have to do satellite imagery out here. This is a vast area, and you have to go back in time as far as you can to do all of the satellite runs in this area where these sites have been captured, moving forward to see if there's any kind of changes in that property. And they're going to have to dig in. This is going to call on, I would imagine, the resources of maybe the intelligence community to be able to read these things from a geoscience standpoint. Then you're going to have to do passovers with drones that have spectral cameras on them so that they can look at even using infrared. And this is before you ever put people on the ground, knocking down brush, walking over areas that they don't know what they're looking for. And it's at that point in time that they go out and they find the best forensic, and now pay attention, the best forensic anthropologists and geologists that they can, and they head these teams up. And they break them down into teams. I'm thinking probably crime scene investigators led by a forensic anthropologist and a geologist, and they break this thing into huge grid squares, and they work it, they work it, they work it. Listen, if there are bodies out there, and I believe that there's a high probability that there's more than two, I think that they've got all the time in the world to facilitate this. Don't go in there half-cocked and screw evidence up. You work it very precisely, documenting everything along the way. This is going to be a very involved process. And I know people are inflamed over this. I know they're impassioned about it. But if you want to honor any victims that are out there, you have to take your time working these cases. Some of this evidence, if there are bodies out there, is going to be very, very fragile. Nancy, I don't believe that these are going to be shallow graves. You're talking about an individual that had a quote unquote cattle ranch. I don't think this idiot knew a Holstein from a Longhorn, but he called it that. He's grazing cattle. He probably had heavy equipment. I'm talking about like backhoes, bulldozers. They dug a trench. They would put bodies in there and then cover it up. That's the kind of thing you're looking for from a bird's eye view with imagery. You want to see if the landscape has changed any way. How far out did they go? This so-called anonymous source that the FBI has the email from claims that he knew a specific location. Well, how specific is it? And by the way, talking about pressing on an investigation, have they tracked this person down? And I want to know if the screws are being put to this person. You know, what do you know? You're saying you know all of this information. Give us more specifics. As a matter of fact, come and take a plane ride with us. Come out there. We're going to put you on the ground, and you're going to show us where you have specific knowledge of where these remains are buried. That's what they need to be doing at this point in time.
To Lynn Shaw joining us, founder director of Lynn's Warriors. Lynn, the way the girls were lured there, it's classic, it's textbook. They were flown there on private planes. They went swimming, horseback riding, posing for pictures, shopping sprees, and then came.
Yeah, it's called the grooming process, Nancy, where one gains the trust of a vulnerable person. And certainly for a young girl, you know, a teen, a young woman being around power and wealth, celebrities or government officials, it's so exciting. I do have to ask, though, and I'm always asking, you know, where were the parents when all of this was going on? But the grooming process is simply gaining the trust, you know, giving expensive presents, treating them like they've never been treated in their life, making them feel so extra special that these young, impressionable girls and women would do anything, right, to be part of this. So the next step is, okay, we're going to fly off to the ranch. We're going to have a great time. We're going to go horseback riding. We're going to have a chef. We're going to have massages, and we're going to have, you know, mani-pedis and all kinds of stuff, and shopping. Okay, that happens for a little while. And then they go in, typical, you know, predator for the kill. And the girls are trapped. The young women are trapped. Again, as I was told repeatedly, there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They couldn't get away. I, in my mind, have nightmares about girls one actually told me she tried running and running and running, and they caught up to her and grabbed her and brought her back to the house. This is what she reported to me. So after all of this, there was nowhere for them to go. And remember, there was also an airstrip on this property. And a source of mine just told me to look at this property and to properly, do digs and things like that would actually be 8.5 to 9 years to properly look over all these thousands of acres. So this is a sexual predator, Ghislaine Maxwell, all of their complicit people with them. And I have to end with an asking you, why do we have to keep begging for files to be released, names to be released? These victims have told us names over the years. Let's go and find them. Let's charge them with something. Let's ask them to show us. Let's question people. I do not understand the holdup, but you know what? I fear we will never get to the bottom of this crime ever.
Speaking of the victims at Zorro Ranch that many people are just now hearing about, and this is happening under our own noses on U.S. soil. Listen.
And I suddenly realized I had to just be nice and be friendly because I realized that I was in great danger.
And he's assaulting you, and the other women are
And they
there.
were laughing. Yeah, they saw and they just laughed. I was really, really petrified. And, it really changed me, the whole thing, going through this. And I just didn't know what to do. And I just really thought that I was going to die.
That is Juliet Bryant, an Epstein victim, speaking to our friends at Sky News. Dr. Bethany Marshall, it's classic. It's textbook luring. Money was nothing to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Nothing. She stood by and watched this happen. She lured the girls there. She took part in the assaults. And now she's sitting in Club Fed, running the jail. But this is classic.
Nancy, it is classic. And to add to what Lynn Shaw said, which was so profound and riveting to listen to her, pedophiles also, they lure other pedophiles too. So there was a whole group of people on this ranch who were in on it. It's like it was operating like a cult in a sense where all the benefits flow to the leader. But I think another thing that Jeffrey Epstein did to lure these girls is that he propped himself up as this kind of guru, and he started giving them advice about their future. That's a little bit like P. Diddy, right? I'll make you a star. I'm going to give you a singing contract. This guy, Epstein, was so good at getting money from other people, and he lorded it over these girls and made them feel like they would be rich and famous too. And by the time he began molesting them, Nancy, a part of the grooming process is that for the victim, confusion sets in. These girls would have told themselves, well, I went here voluntarily. I enjoyed the mani-pedis and the movies and the cash. And I did tell him that I wanted him to be a part of my future. Maybe I caused this to happen. That is the confusion of the victim until the terror sets in and they try to get away. And then they are in this isolated place. Nancy, it's like the FLDS cult. Remember when the women tried to get away, other cult members actually went after them, attacked them, brought them back, tortured them, brutalized them. So there's going to be an intimidation process on this ranch that when the girls try to get away, they're brought back and probably beaten and tortured even more. Nancy, there was no getting out of it at that point. The noose was around their neck, metaphorically and literally.
You're seeing all the outfits the little girls were forced to dress up in for Epstein and Maxwell. And in her book, Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein and Maxwell's many, many victims, and there's Maxwell just sitting there with that smug look on her face. Virginia Giuffre was a girl when she was first assaulted by these two. She said that Epstein and Maxwell had set Zorro up to be like a Disneyland for the girls. And I've just got to tell you, let me go out to Joe Scott Morgan on this. Joe Scott, I remember one of the first, maybe the first sodomy case on a little African-American boy. And the perp, he was learning disabled. In fact, on the stand, and I tried to work with him, with his mom sitting there with me, on the stand, he couldn't really verbalize what happened. It was really hard. But I just remember the perp's name, Kenneth Cherry. That said, the little boy, loved video games. I may have told you this before. Loved video games. So the defendant would hang out at, like an arcade. Like, remember Aladdin's Castle or Aladdin's Den or something would be in malls? Something like that. Not necessarily that one, but something like that. And to lure this little boy, learning disabled, he would give him rolls of quarters.
Yep.
And when the perp's home was raided, he was married, had a great white collar job, bringing in a lot of money, Mr. Perfect, perfect home, perfect yard, perfect everything. When it was raided, there was child porn and big containers of Vaseline he would use to anally rape this little boy. And the boy could hardly talk. And the mom got suspicious when she was cleaning the boy's pants and she found like 2 crisp $10 bills in his pocket. She went, where did he get this? And he used the video games as a lure. Point. Virginia Giuffre said that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell set up Zorro to be like Disneyland for the girls. And then by the time they're in the middle of everything, they've been there for days. Being wined and dined, shopping sprees, horseback riding, a beautiful pool, and there's the quid quo pro on a little girl that doesn't know any better.
It's amazing. These people are such predators that they will bait these individuals that are easily manipulated, that are drawn in. They want all of these fantastic things that are being offered to them. They think that they're going to come potentially without a price. And when you're lacking maybe emotional maturity, you can't pick up on it, and you don't realize that you're in the room with a monster all of a sudden, and that makes it all the worse. It's not that they necessarily wanted to come back to get more from this individual. Now you've passed the Rubicon at that point in time. Now they're terrified to say anything. They're terrified to say no to this individual. So they wind up giving in many times. And it's a horrible set of circumstances. And Nancy, when I think about it, a lot of these victims that we're hearing about are in positions of vulnerability. I'm thinking about a lot of the victims that they've talked about that may have come from, say, other locations where English is not necessarily their first language. Just imagine that. You're being flown in on a private plane, perhaps. You're being brought to a location that's out in the middle of the desert. Not only do you not know where you are, you can't communicate effectively with anybody. I think that with Virginia's case, she actually stated that she was present on the island with 2 girls in a room during one of these horrible events, and English was not their first language. My question has always been, relative to this case, you bring these young women in and say, for instance, are girls, and they can't speak English effectively. What happens to them? Do you put them back on a plane and you fly them back to wherever they're from? Do you just cut them loose on the streets? And that's where this really turns dark, because you look at a place like Zorro that is so incredibly vast, Nancy. The best way to put an end to anybody saying anything, perhaps, is to dig a hole in the ground and stick them in there after you have murdered them. And I think that that's a distinct possibility. That's a potential for something that could have happened out there. You have to ask yourself this question. If somebody was willing to go down this dark road sexually, what is the barrier that prevents them from taking the next step, which is eradication of their victim? And I don't think it's a very far journey, Nancy.
And I suddenly realized I had to just be nice and be friendly, because I realized that I was in great danger.
And he's assaulting you, and the other women are
And they
there.
were laughing. Yeah, they saw and they just laughed. I was really, really petrified. And it really changed me, the whole thing, going through this. And I just didn't know what to do, and I just really thought that I was going to die.
From our friends at Sky News. so many.
You're right. Brenda, that girl in that one picture, it was clear she was so young. Like I don't even kind of speechless with how much there is. It's just it's overwhelming, and the more you watch, it's insanity. Mm, And why no one in the USA has been arrested yet. You've got Ghislaine in a prison, uh, basically, she doesn't have free run of the place, but she is able to prepare her own food. Um, she doesn't bathe or shower very often. I don't know. There's just something wrong, like fundamentally wrong with all of this. What are your thoughts, Melissa?
So I was jotting down some notes as that was playing. And yes, that one girl, that's what I thought. Damn, she's young. You could tell it. But money buys privilege. Let's be honest. And a lot of the people that went to this ranch, and I'm talking the adults, or went to the island, they're not broke people, okay? It wasn't Joe Smo down the street able to go to it. Okay, they had money. When they say these bodies are buried in the hills, to me, the keyword there is hills. It's not right there on the property. It's out away from the property. That's where I would look. I almost wonder if Maxwell wasn't his first victim turned predator when she got too old for him. If you take a lot of the girls that were taken there weren't from privilege, right? They weren't from the upper class. They were middle class to lower class, so they're poor kids. So when you take a underprivileged or somebody, that's not even mid class, if you're a young child and somebody takes you and spends $500 on you, which is pocket change for Epstein, let's be honest, that's a lot of money to a child. Now, if you take a teenager who's mid class to low class, the lower class, money wise, and you spend $500 to $1,000, that is still a lot of money. So by the time that that's all done, that's, he really, in grooming them, in my opinion, he didn't have to spend a whole lot of money. It doesn't make what he did right. It doesn't make what she did right. It doesn't make what happened on any of the properties right. It's just an observation. And I noticed in that last segment, a lot of the artwork was of naked women. So when you take young girls, and I'm talking the little ones here, or even the teenagers, that desensitizes them to then somebody else walking in a room naked. Well, it's just like the artwork, right? They're desensitized to that. So it's not as abnormal. So by the time these things happen to these children, let's call it as it is, they are children, even if they're teenagers. They've already gone so far. And by the time they realize what's happening, it's too late. It's there. They don't have a choice. And I'm not saying that that makes it right by any means at all. But that's, I think, one of the ways that they, for a lack of a better way to say it, groomed these kids.
You're not wrong. That's exactly right. And if you give a teenage girl whose parent is struggling or an addict or something, like a number of the girls that we heard from explained kind of the same family dynamic at home. You take them and you give them a few shopping sprees. We saw a video on the J Drive of a couple of girls. One's videotaping and the other is just loading candy up at one of those bulk candy stores. And I don't know what it's like in the States, but here that candy is expensive. It's the same as the stuff you'd buy at a Circle K or whatever, but you're buying it in bulk and it's very expensive. She probably had $200 worth of candy just in her little basket there. And that's just candy. So if they were getting clothes, makeup, perfume, that's huge, huge grooming. And you do that 2, 3 times, plus you're giving them money to massage you. I sick and twisted.
And then,
And
they're getting manis
Virginia
and
said,
petties.
yeah,
What is that, $100 maybe? And then you go to somewhere like Bath and Body Works, and I mean, shit, you can get 5 perfumes for $50 if you hit them on a, buy 3, get 2, or buy 2, get 3. I mean, that to these young girls is a lot.
a whole lot. Yeah. And we did hear Virginia say, like Nancy had said here, that they basically created and designed this Zorro Ranch to be like a Disneyland for young girls. So Lord knows what that even means, you know, like they explained horseback riding and all the stuff that a teenage girl who is being pampered would love to spend time there. So it was never anything threatening until it was. And they would have absolutely no way of knowing or suspecting because of their family dynamic. They see it as a way out, and it's horrifically sad that this went on. And it's still, to me, like for me, until there are arrests or people are held accountable, it's still victimizing them over and over and over again.
Yes.
So I'm gonna play this for a little while longer.
Before
I am
you do
getting
that,
tired.
I've got one more thing.
Okay.
Can we put up this picture I just added to the stage? So I know it's blurry, but when we talk about hiding bodies in a desert, there's a truck that moves dirt. There's a tractor. Not sure what's on the back of it there. Right there's a bulldozer or some kind of dirt mover. And here's another one. So in this picture, just from his ranch, and this was in the set of pictures that they showed, that is plenty equipment. Coming from a farm girl, that is plenty of equipment to bury a body deep enough that you're not going to immediately find it.
Absolutely. Like, what were they? Were they farming something on the ranch? Did they have animals other than horses on the ranch? Like, you don't need all that shit.
Supposedly cattle, but I can only, coming from a cattle farmer, I can only justify one piece of that equipment on a cattle farm.
8,000 acres, 30,000 square foot mansion. Disgusting. They buried a generator and heli out at the ranch from the files. Okay. Yes, and by the time they realize what's happening, they feel shame and are reluctant to tell what's happening to them.
Exactly.
Virginia talks about the outfit she had on in the pic with Andrew. Ghislaine didn't like it, but she got to pick it out to go on a date with the prince. The jeans had horses on them. Virginia had horses, as did the prince. They were growing that sedative plant. Yeah, that was part of the baby farm. Yeah, and they crush it up into a white powder that you just have to blow into somebody's face and they lose consciousness. Apparently, the CIA discovered it. Yeah. Let's continue on for a little while longer. Getting tired. And Melissa, you're like you are absolutely free to speak and do whatever you want to keep this stream going. We're gonna get your watch hours up, so I'm gonna continue this.
Dave Mack joining us. What can you tell me about Ghislaine Maxwell, who's nothing more than a pimp?
Nancy, Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison in Texas and apparently works out every day, but doesn't bathe. The other inmates say she is so nasty inside and out that, prison smells bad as it is, and she's the worst. She doesn't wait in line in the chow line. She just buffaloes her way straight through. And you know what, Nancy? The inmates allow it to happen because A, she's nasty. B, the woman has filed 800 complaints in 1 year against people and things in the prison. She is known throughout the prison to get things done by filing complaints and been very effective at it. So one good example is Ghislaine Maxwell actually taught an etiquette class in prison, then took 12 weeks, 1 day a week teaching law and how to file things for inmates. Then she actually tried to take advantage of a religious ceremony where the kitchen staff was pouring the grape juice for this particular Jewish ceremony, and Ghislaine wanted to pour her own. And the inmate said, "You're not coming in the kitchen. I know you don't bathe after you work out. You stink. You surely aren't washing your hands. You're not coming in here." The inmate said within a day, Ghislaine Maxwell was in the kitchen doing her own thing.
This is DOJ video we've just obtained of her in her cell. Okay, before I go out to our friend, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, Dr. Bethany Marshall, explain the stink. Why is it that we hear about, for instance, Hollywood stars and really, really rich people, they don't think they have to bathe?
This is actually peculiarity of sociopathy. And I'll explain it to you, Nancy. When you are so grandiose that you feel that you are at the center of things, that you're limitless, that everybody looks up to you and admires you, you feel no need to bathe because you're such and such doesn't stink, right? That's where that phrase comes from. You feel that people will admire you no matter how you look, no matter how you smell, that you are beloved. And that's why, it's interesting when I have patients come into my office who are disheveled, poorly dressed, but maybe they're celebrities. I do have it. That's one of the tells or the signs of pathological narcissism, because they are not concerned about how other people view them, because they believe that they are constantly admired.
Dr. Dwayne Hendricks. Let me see him. Let me see his beautiful face. Hendricks, guys, just so you know, former warden MDC, Metropolitan Detention Center, Brooklyn. Also, warden Sheridan, Oregon, former senior warden, US DOJ, Federal Bureau of Prisons, founder, president, A New Daylight Foundation, and author of Who Are You? See It, Say It, Seize It. Why can't she be forced to take a bath?
Well, unfortunately, the fact that she was moved from a secure facility to a much lesser security camp in Texas showed, and they broke policy when they did that, showed you the power and influence that she has over the agency. And unfortunately, individuals like her, who have the influence, they have staff scared, they have inmates scared, because at the end of the day, if you're an inmate in the camp with her, you don't want to be moved to a secure facility or a jail because you've pissed this person off. And typically inmates kind of police themselves, especially when it comes to sanitation and taking care of yourself, taking a shower and being clean and all of that. But unfortunately, this individual.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Police themselves?
Yes.
You're expecting murderers and rapists and dope lords to, quote, police themselves so they don't stink?
No, I'm not saying that.
World are you from?
This is the prison world. At the end of the day, 90% of the time, inmates will say, look, you're not going to be in my cell. You're not going to be in my bunk. You're not going to be in this unit if you're not going to take care of business. So, and she surely wouldn't be going in the chow hall, skipping lines. I mean, that's disrespect, and disrespect in a prison setting.
She is, Hendricks. She is. It's happening. Dave Mack didn't make that up. People from inside the CI, Correctional Institute, are saying this is happening.
And the staff are in fear of their jobs. And that is the reason why the fact that they moved her from a secure facility with more than 10 years on her prison sentence, and they shipped her to a camp. You're not even supposed to be at a camp if you have more than 10 years. And you definitely wouldn't be at a camp if you're serving time for and a pedophile. That would never happen. So the fact that that happened, it put everybody on pause, and it's creating an environment where staff aren't taking care of business and they're not holding this specific inmate accountable. And she feels like she can go and run around and do all the things that she wants to do. And that's because of the power influence that she's yielded across this nation and across our leadership in government. So, and it's unfortunate.
Lynn Shaw, you know that Ghislaine Maxwell, knows what happened at Zorro. She knows, and she took part in it. And no one is making her talk. She's not being charged with a thing. Nothing.
Yeah, I think the question we should be asking is, why is she allowed, from what I hear, my sources, to run the camp? And I have a different take. She just is walking around all smelly. By the way, she should just rot in this camp, by the way, just to offend people, because she's ruling the roost from what we hear. And you know what? She's promised, let's ask these questions. What's waiting for her when she gets out? Is she getting a pardon? Why is all of this? And I have to point out, this is why sex victims don't come forward, don't want to talk about anything, because they see stories. I can't even call this a story, a crime spree that's gone on for decades like this. And they say, why bother? Because the power, the wealth, and this woman, a woman doing this to girls and young women, smiling. This is why they don't come forward, because they say nobody believes us. Nobody wants to hear what we have to say. And so Pam Bondi better get these files released. Even that, you know what? Again, I'm going to maintain we are never going to see the videos. There's a lot of video we heard about. I don't know where the videos are. More pictures. What's going on here? So you know what? This is such a disservice to sex victims all over the United States and across the world. But the question is, why is she allowed to run the camp? I'm calling it a camp because we hear she disappears twice a week in a big black SUV and is off for 2 hours doing something. We don't know what that is, and then comes back and nobody opens their mouths. So we should be pressing on. Why is this allowed to happen? What's going on with her? Why? We cannot give up on this story. We have to talk about it 24/7, 365.
Dave Mack, Epstein has a baby.
Believe it or not, Nancy, this is not that uncommon knowledge in his inner circle. Jeffrey Epstein told one of the abusing that he had a baby, a little boy, and he pointed at a picture on the wall of this beautiful, beautiful woman, and he called her the perfect woman. The perfect woman who, by the way, apparently the mother of his child, he had a clay mold made of her buttocks and has that in his or former mansion in New York City. But Nancy, it's not just a hidden thing here. We're talking about Andrew, the former Duke. He actually told Sarah his wife at the time, and she sent an email congratulating Epstein on the birth of the baby boy. So, yes, Epstein has an heir.
Okay, I don't know how that is going to spin out. Who is the child? Does the child know who the father is? Right now, I'm more concerned about the bodies that may be uncovered at Zorro Ranch and finding out why, even though complaints were made, official complaints were made as far back as the 90s, nothing was done. If you know or think you know anything about what occurred on Zorro Ranch, please dial toll free 800 call FBI 800 225 5324. We remember an American hero, Major John Alex Kleiner, U.S. Air Force, just 33, killed in Iraq after 8 years, leaving.
Gross. But amazing little piece of insight about the madame. What a dirtbag, literally.
You could have gave me some. You put that up the first time. Because I almost choked on my Dr. Pepper, and that was not nice.
Did you miss my other one? Bah. Just the look on her face when she'd start rubbing her temples. I was like, she gonna lose it. But, oh, what a terrible, terrible case. But shockingly, or not, there's more. There's much more. I am personally, well, I am a little bit relieved in a way that if that is true that Jeffrey Epstein had a baby, that it is a boy, it was a boy. We don't know how old the child is, do we? What did that email say? Did it show a date on that email? I'm unsure. I can definitely, I'm gonna shut this up for a second. Just go back and see that email again. 2011. Don't know if you're still on this BBM, but heard from the Duke that you have had a baby boy. Even though you never kept in touch, I still am here with love, friendship, and congratulations on your baby boy. And that's 2011.
From Sarah Ferguson.
Well after his original charges and jail stint, I might add. Like, these people are fucked. Like, you can't even pretend ignorance. You can't even fake it. Hope he never finds out who his father is. Amen. Amen.
I don't know.
Once
I'm
you
mixed on that one.
once you read her book, Deborah, you realize, well, I don't know if it's in the book, but her note. Actually, you know what? Go Google search Virginia on 60 Minutes Australia, I believe it's called. Watch that episode. It talks about her passing. Her brother and her sister-in-law talk a lot in that episode about her and the things that they found in her journal about the abuse by her father, by her neighbor, and her husband brutally abused her. Brutally abused her. Pictures and all. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Melissa?
Oh, I don't know. I disagree, kind of, in a way, with hoping he never finds out who his father is. Hear me out. As evil as Epstein is, That mofo had money. I'm Epstein's child, take all his money, take all of everything that would be coming to me, and then I would immediately change my name. Just saying.
Fair enough.
So
I'm looking at this. Just sorry, really quickly. Videos 2.1K, but there's not 2.1K videos on here. Like, what is the 2.1K? I bet you Grindel knows.
yeah, but how
sorry,
many
go ahead.
pages are there?
I've got this stupid little thing on my screen that covers this next button. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Continue. On my screen, there's this little, because I'm sharing the screen, it hides
Yeah.
the bottom, so I didn't see that. Go ahead.
So, I'm not gonna tell you like where like my town, but I'm from Southern Indiana. Bill Clinton, Charles Hiker says Bill Clinton was just at a hearing with his lawyer. He was showing pictures of stuff he did with Epstein. He laughed. He thought it was funny. Yes, he did. We watched that and we actually went over that, what, about a week ago, Shar? Not enough money to pay for that amount of therapy. Fair. Does it give you a page count at the bottom?
It does, and yeah, it says 29 active users up here, Gren. I'm not sure if that's like on the entire site or just on the videos. And then at the bottom of each page, there is page counters. 25 is the last page, I think. Yeah. Oh, up here too. Oh my.
And how many are on each page?
15, 18,
21.
21-ish. Yeah. It is never ending, and like I wish these were safe for YouTube, but I can't trust any of it. If you go to the J drive, I guess we can have a quick look at that. Jmail search. Remember, I took you here, and then we go into the
I
little
would
grid up
almost be
here.
scared to look at any of them for fear of
I've
seeing a
looked at
child.
Well, they're pretty well redacted. Like they did a pretty good job. Like this isn't the DOJ that did these sites, right? But I've watched all the videos on JeffTube, and they all are redacted or extremely short with no children in them. But it's all very just the undertone of it all, knowing what we know now, it's all very disturbing, all of it. But the thing about this is it doesn't look as overwhelming as this because you just kind of click down. It's all the same information. I'm not going to lie, there does seem to be more and different videos on this site. So, but on the J drive, where'd it go? I guess you have to go backwards. What the heck? On the J drive, there's the photos and the drive itself. These are all the files. And this one, you can go into each individual folder. You can search for specific people: Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Les Wexner, Bill Gates, Leon Black, Alan Dershowitz, Virginia Jeffrey, Jean-Luc Brunel, and Glenn Dubin. Or just go through each individual file. You can hit Control F and do a word search. Either way, but it seems to me like there's different documents, different videos, different pictures on each site. So helpful to go through both, and we'll continue just kind of plugging through it. Because there's a lot. Hopefully there's more updates with Nancy Guthrie soon. We're for sure going to do something on the 22nd for Lily. I am beyond disappointed that we've heard nobody is doing any kind of a vigil or memorial or anything publicly for Lily. So we will do what we can. Maybe I will talk to some of my locals and see, like, I don't know, maybe a video visit to, I don't know, somewhere that matters to the kids, or that should matter to the kids. I don't know. It's hard to plan to do something from across the country, but I'm sure we can figure something out. We'll work on it tomorrow. Question for Charmaine and Melissa: do you think in the future you could cover the cold case murder of young realtor Lindsay Buziak in Victoria, BC? She was murdered at her house showing in 2008. Really? Yeah, for sure. There's also, you talk to that. I want to pull something up really quick.
I don't know. I mean, I'd think about it. Is there very much on it, Trail Hiker? Like, is there enough to actually, like, dig into it? I mean, if there's not a whole lot to dig into, then I don't know how much good it would do, but let me take a screenshot here so I can hopefully remember to look into the name. But I don't know. The whole Epstein thing is just sickening, to say the least. Absolutely sickening. But, I mean, so Maxwell doesn't shower, so she stinks, but she still thinks she runs the prison, and in a way she is, because, like, she's getting to do what she wants, and if she doesn't get to do what she wants, then she complains and she gets to do what she wants. So I wouldn't want to be stuck in prison with her, and I sure as hell wouldn't want to be her roommate. But I did notice she had white sheets, or a white sheet, I guess I should say. Epstein really shows you one law for the ultra rich. Exactly. Again, it goes back to money can buy privilege, and I wasn't trying to be mean when I said that or speak down on anybody, but look at Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. Money buys privilege. Well, we will do our own tribute and celebration for Lily. Yes. I mean, for me, technically it would be tomorrow, because for me here it's essentially 1:10. So for me, it would be tomorrow. And I would think that if there was some sort of memorial planned or vigil plan, that it would have been talked about by now. We could send in videos of places we think Lily would like pretty dresses and hair stuff. I will wear my hair in piggies and wear pink. That would be sweet. Yeah, I hate to. Yeah, Tam, if you're in Kentucky, yeah. I think it was you that said you were in Kentucky, Amy.
So Marie earlier sent a side case to our group chat. I can't find it right now. I was gonna pull it up just to see what it was about here, see if we wanted to cover it some more. But that's a good idea, having like a pink day, a pink live, and just pay tribute. Like I said, I don't think it would be in bad taste to, you know, have a little pink cupcake or something. I don't know. But we'll do something. We'll figure it out. Maybe I can get Sunny is sick, but I can ask her if she'll come on, talk about Lily for a little bit. See if there's anybody else I can convince to come on just to, you know, just to wish Lily a happy birthday. That's all. So with that, do you have anything else that you wanted to talk about, Melissa?
No, not really. I mean, we've been on here, what, just over 4 hours? I'm still
Yeah,
tired
we are
from
going
last
to
night.
get your watch. Yeah, we're gonna get your watch hours up. We're gonna do it, and I don't care. People don't have to watch for 4 hours straight. They really don't. But we're gonna get our watch hours back up. We're gonna leave Melissa in American Justice exactly how we found her when she lost her channel. Except now she's got 500 subs. She's got over 500 subs. So yay!
I was gonna say,
But
wait a
anyways,
minute, we
guys.
gotta leave me better than I was.
Well, you are. You already are. We just need to get you those watch hours. And so make sure that you're doing shorts as well, like short videos. Use your editing, whatever, to do short stuff. And yeah, we'll try our best. What I'll do is I think I might, depending on if anything comes out on Nancy tomorrow or not, I might skip tomorrow, not do a live stream tomorrow, but still do a thumbnail and try to get as many shares out as possible. And we'll do a memorial, not a memorial, that's the wrong word, but a vigil, an online vigil for Lily's birthday. We're gonna honor her, we're gonna remember, and we're gonna wish her a happy birthday wherever she is. And if nobody else is gonna talk about them, then damn it, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. So work on planning that tomorrow. And until the next time, you guys, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm not sure if you believe in numerology, but Lily's birthday, she turned 7, but enters an 8th year. 8 equals justice and karma and strength. I have absolutely no doubt, Peachy, that this is not going to continue. This can't go on. This can't
So
go on.
if you're gonna skip tomorrow on doing a live, given nothing new about Nancy comes out, I have thought about it the last couple days, but I think I might do a live, just kind of, I guess, explaining my full story of why I look at cases the way I do, and kind of giving the story of, all that. So if you don't do one tomorrow, I might have one.
Sorry. And again, for the people that are coming in late, if you're going to do a replay, I'm going to ask you to go over and watch on American Justice. We're trying to get Melissa's watch time hours back. She's earned it. She worked hard on her channel for a couple of years. So I'll get my views in when I get my views in. So but if that's all, I will post a thumbnail tomorrow for Lily's vigil, and we'll see y'all soon. Pray for answers for Nancy. pray for answers for Jack and Lilly. If anything new comes out, I'll do a live stream. If not, I'll see you all Sunday. And please like and share the thumbnail that I put up for tomorrow. Okay? Harley's passed right out. It is past our bedtime. Okay. Have a great night, everybody. Was there something I forgot? Did I say to remind me to do something? I feel like there was. Oh,
You
no.
told me to remind you about the pictures, but you already showed those.
Right. And the other thing was to tell Ron Mexico about JLR, but I did that. So, okay. Have a great night, everybody.